Katie, are you guys there?
We're back. Is anyone on the line?
Yep, it's Meredith. I'm here.
Hi.
Chelsea's here.
All right. Sorry about that. Apparently WebEx decided it needed to reboot in the middle of our WebEx.
So Katie, a question about the entity classes. We had the option to do them by contract type, right? So we could do real estate versus equipment.
At least, it's a lease, that's what you mean.
So lease groupings, yes, but not the entity. I feel like the entity classes are gonna be our financial reporting.
Yeah, I thought there was another button where we could select it to be real estate versus equipment. So I'm wondering,
If the only downside to that is if you do real estate versus equipment, at that point, it's an all or nothing.
that's what you're
all
talking
business
about,
Mm-hmm.
which is fine, right? Yeah.
I thought it would work, but there was a reason that I thought it wouldn't.
As long as they're only seeing real estate, they would only be processing AP for real estate.
Right, but if we just did it by contract type and said, okay, we want CBRE and PSG to have access to all real estate contracts, they would get access to every single module for real estate contracts. So they would have FASB, they would have AP, they would have AR.
You can still control that on system class.
So
Okay.
you can give them access, but again, as long as you don't have an issue with one person on the team or anybody having access to all real estate. If
Right.
it's not an issue, then that entity class is not a problem.
Yeah, I would think we'd give them the entity class where they only see real estate and then control of the system class, not giving them access to FASB
Okay, I didn't
and
realize
whatever
we
else.
could do it at that level. I thought it was.
Yeah.
When I hear all or nothing, I think, all or nothing.
Not all pages, not system class. I think that was.
So call it, give you erasers, but not markers. This is what you do. I asked for dry erase markers so we could like write stuff on the board if we wanted to, and I got dry erase.
And then I'm thinking entity finance, we could give them the system class that's a financial group, and then also limit the pages on the system class side.
Yeah.
Let me update that spreadsheet that I was keeping.
Okay,
add a
maybe
new
we have a few.
group for PSG that's only real estate and then also limited pages, so they only see what they need to.
Well, we have everyone that's on the line. Do you need to do anything to start recording again?
Nope, it automatically records. All right, let's go again, how to get started. Okay, so you'll see when we open up an invoice by selecting the invoice number, this is what it looks like. So down here at the bottom, it's just gonna show you any attachments, vendor information, and then you have a tab, for workflow, and it will tell you, okay, you know, who's created this particular invoice or lease. So the person who creates the lease ultimately is going to be the person who creates like the workflow, who creates the invoice. It's always gonna have their name because they were the ones who were actually putting in the lease information.
And that's gonna be PSG for real estate leases. It's gonna be someone in entity finance for equipment leases.
Now, in the beginning, you'll probably see AMT Direct a lot, and that's because we loaded all your data. So it'll be anything new that you'll start to see those changes.
But the ones that are gonna say AMT will say that forever, right? Because if you put it in now, that's gonna be all your charges for all the rest of the lease.
So if you go in and make a change to a lease that we, you know, initially put in for you,
Then it'll flip to your name.
exactly. Now, you'll see that there are some options here where you can either drag and minimize this information, or there's like this little arrow that you can just kind of select, and it minimizes all that information for you, so now you can just focus on the invoice information. So you'll notice up here that you have, everything's grayed out, right? You can't select anything from here. It's a viewing only. And that's because it's system generated. When it's a manual invoice, you'll have the ability to change some of these fields, but on anything system generated, it's locked down. It's only if you'd like to see, like maybe you're like, okay, well, what was the rent tax that was assessed for this particular location? You can go ahead and click on the invoice and actually see the line item for rent tax. So you'll notice it'll tell you all the information from the actual lease itself. And we'll get into more of these fields when we go through a manual invoice. And then down here at the bottom is where you actually see the charges. So you can see there's that VRT, there's that CAM charge. And if there were multiple charges, you could scroll down and see all of the different charges associated.
And the system generated invoices are gonna be like what we pay on a regular monthly basis. Like it's just kind of automatic coming from the lease. But I know we also today even have sort of one-offs, true-ups, things like that.
Supplemental, that's
Get
a
into
supplemental
the
report, yeah.
manual invoices.
All right, so we're gonna close out. Any questions before we close out of here? Okay. Now, you guys don't have any leases in any states that deal with,
Deal with what? I'm sorry.
rent tax?
Do we pay rent tax?
Rent tax?
I don't even know what it
Yeah,
is.
generally,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, we're not for profit. Maybe we get out of it that way. I know we pay property taxes. but I
Yeah,
don't know
no,
what
rent tax is, basically if you have locations that are in like Florida, Arizona, King of Georgia, but if you guys are exempt, then you wouldn't be paying rent tax anyways. But in those states, they assess additional taxes, and so our system can calculate the additional taxes that would be assessed.
Is that a plug number, or is it go out into the kind of world and pull it in?
That's a plug number. The only time, that you're gonna get that information where our system is pulling it is if you're dealing with CPI. If you're dealing with CPI changes, then our system will pull the rate table for you.
If you have CPI manager, which we do
If
not.
you have CPI, then, did you confirm that?
Also.
I would double check.
We don't have a ton of leases that are linked to CPI, do we?
Yeah, if you guys are,
Very few.
yeah, if you're used to processing outside of the system, then you can continue doing that and update the system. But our system can accommodate for CPI, and it will, depending on how you classify the lease, it can flow into FASB, depending on certain classification of it.
Come on, I don't think I ever did get his response.
All right, so close out of here. And the next thing you have is you have an actual invoice that looks like a PDF. So if you are doing manual invoices, you do have the ability to upload PDFs. So I can go ahead and upload the actual PDF or whatever that manual invoice is if you need it to be accompanied within the system itself. And again, that's for things like one-off charges. You know, you need something done, you get some sort of bill you're gonna pay, you can attach whatever that bill is. You have your vendor number information listed here. Vendor information should be listed here. You have the period, so it's always gonna tell you the period that invoice is created for, the invoice date, And then if we scroll over, you're gonna have the invoice amount and then the payment type. So the invoice amount, again, a lot of the time you'll click on that invoice because you're gonna wanna see if it says multiple, what does that multiple mean? What charges are included in that multiple? Because it doesn't tell you, it just says multiple, meaning that there's more than one charge. A lot of the times it's either gonna say multiple or it's gonna say the individual charge. If you see where it just says an individual charge like BRT, it's either because there's only one charge on the lease or you selected separate invoices, yes. If you selected separate invoices, yes, then it will give each charge its own invoice number. Depending on how your process works with invoice numbers.
I don't think we want that.
Yeah, you're probably gonna wanna stay away from that if that's the case.
But if you're the landlord that's charging you for base rent, real estate taxes can.
I guess it could be like on a triple net lease, you might want it separate versus on a gross lease, you might.
I would definitely want to.
You can make that election on a lease by lease basis, or is it a global selection?
Yeah, and I mean, now that's from a front end perspective. It's still a matter of how you handle that on the back end. Because even if it's a situation where I have, oh gosh,
If we're cutting the check at the same time anyway, it's just a matter of how it's showing in our system.
how you guys wanna
We're
actually
not
see that.
sending them any of these invoice details.
Correct.
It's really just records for internal use, right?
Exactly. And so it's gonna be a matter of how do you wanna actually see that. It could be a situation where I'm just gonna keep them all on one line item, but on the back end, when it comes into your system, it's gonna handle it a completely different way based on that back end export. So, yep, wiggle room, essentially.
You still see the line item detail, it's just that it's within one invoice number, right?
So
That was my question.
And so a lot of the times, the reason why you'll either have a process that says to keep them all on one invoice or separate them, I'll have clients do it both ways, it is because of the invoice number and how it ties into the export file. So depending on how your export file works, you may not want 15 different, invoice numbers every single month for the same lease, because on the back end, you just can't tie that all together in your ERP system. So it's really gonna be, a combination of IT and what works best when it's doing that, kind of export file.
That's something that we might want to just look at during testing, see if it's how we want it for both accounting and admin purposes.
Yeah, and I mean, if not, it'll fail on your upload. You upload it into your, it'll fail.
I do not want this upload to fail. I've been waiting 2 months for it.
When you're testing, it'll fail if it's not right, and then you'll change your process. So then you have your currency, terms. Generally, I only see terms, when I'm dealing with multiple manual invoices and you set the terms up to say, when is it due essentially? And then you have an actual due date. You have your PO number and your work order number. Again, that's manual. So if you're doing manual invoices, you do have the ability to put in purchase order and work order numbers. You have your invoice source. So this is going to tell you, it's either going to say contract, it's going to say manual here. Well, contract, or I think it's AP. And then you have manual or system here. So it's gonna tell you, anytime it says contract, it's system. Anytime it says AP, it's manual. And then of course, the created by, which we just, discussed, who put the lease in, that's who created this particular contract. When changes are made to the charge section, it'll update with whoever made the change, the last change on the charge.
So it'll tell you that the invoice was created by whomever created the lease.
Mm-hmm. So you're gonna notice that you have 3 options up here for printing. I will tell you, print, use this with the thought process that you need to filter. You don't wanna select the, print PDF because there's thousands of invoices that's created. So if you don't filter down based on like a period or something definable, and you try to print, you're gonna stall out your system, it's just gonna freeze on you. So anytime you would like to print this information, to some degree, use a filtering, whether it's filtering on the period, filtering on, period. Obviously, period is going to be your best bet because it's going to lock everything down to one particular point in time. It's manageable for the system to pull that information. When you don't filter, again, it's going to try to print every single invoice that is in this container, and those invoices go out to 12 months. So for one invoice, if you have, 200 leases, every single one of them is going to have 12 months worth of charges in here. It's going to pretty much freeze the system. And it happens constantly with clients. So filter down if you want to go ahead and print any of these. These reports here, they're called tab reports. And essentially, all it's going to do is give you all of the information that you're seeing in each column in a printable format. So it's not changing layouts, it's literally column by column of what you're seeing in either a PDF, Excel, or CSV file.
If you pull it into Excel, can you filter it further?
Mhm.
Or is it gonna have, like, because I know when I did the training, the PDF had like subtotals and things like that. Just,
Not on this particular one, because in this tab, those are just tab reports. So there's gonna be, the reports you're thinking of are gonna be if you're actually batching,
okay.
which are, the pre-batch report itself has totals. That's where you're gonna run into the issues for filtering, is when you're using a pre-batch report.
We should talk about that eventually.
Oh, yeah. All right. Any questions on this particular tab, what you're seeing? No? Everybody's good here? All righty. So next tab, invoices to be processed. Now, because you're using AP workflow, if you took the AP training in the academy, it looks different. And that's because we have all of these wonderful tabs here, right? When we're in invoices to be processed, if you took the training video, you probably only saw that ready for payment tab. Well, when you have AP workflow turned on, you have additional tabs here. So the first thing you have is waiting for your approval. I am not an approver in the system, so mine is always gonna say 0. Pending approval from others, you will see something in the pending approval from others when you've submitted a workflow into the approval, invoice into the approval process. So if I created a manual invoice and I submitted it for approval, it'll be in pending approval from others and I can see where it stands in that approval process. If any of the workflows that I submitted were rejected, there will be in the rejected tab here. Again, I'm seeing only what I submitted. So I'm not gonna see everything unless I'm a global user. If you're a global user and you come in here, you're gonna see everything. If you are part of the workflow approval process, you're going to see workflows that are intended for you to approve.
And this is AP workflow.
This is AP workflow.
So this is really just gonna be your team, the admin team.
Yeah, and again, it's gonna be a situation of if you are part of the workflow approval process. Now it becomes tricky when you're a part of the process and you're also the one submitting invoices. Because at that point, it's skipping, it has audit issues and it's gonna skip you, go to the next person, and if you're in the approval process, there will be invoices you can't see and that you can't see. So keep that in mind. How you set up your workflows are going to be important based on who's going to be submitting what into workflows.
Who's gonna be setting up the workflows?
You and me, babe.
There you go.
Try that.
Now, so for AP, it's gonna be pretty simple. It's gonna be, like I said, kind of an automation. There's the word I was looking for earlier. The process that we have today. So it's, you know, Kim or somebody on the CBRE team sends you an email, you send them an email back. I think there may be some benefit coordination with that, but on the AP stuff, it's gonna be 2 or 3 steps just with you and your team. So we should talk about what those steps are and what they look like.
Yeah, we need to get together with a broader team and kind of go through that workflow and make sure we're in sync and make sure what business problem we're solving with that workflow.
Mm-hmm.
And so here's the thing with contract workflow and AP workflow turned on. 9 times out of 10, well, I can't say that because you guys have a very interesting contract workflow.
Well, contract is complicated. AP should not be.
Well, because of the complications on the contract workflow side, generally what happens is when you get to AP, for anything that is system generated, a lot of the clients don't really necessarily care about the contracted invoices because at that point, all of the approval processes happen on the contract side. So generally in here, anything system generated, they're not approving anyways because it's already gone through the approval process. But because we're using the approval process on the contract side a little bit outside of the norm, for those of you who will be a part of the approval process, you're gonna wanna check contracted workflows or contracted invoices. Generally, I would tell you, it's kind of like wasting time, essentially, because you would have already approved it on the contract side, but your approval process on the contract side is for a FASB approval. Well, it's both. It's both, but because there may be so much back and forth with the FASB piece, when you get in here and you're actually paying it, it's going to need a double check.
I would say yes, but I will say, and I don't know if we get to this now or in the reporting module later, but there are reports that come out of AMT that are similar to sort of your various reports that you look at today, so you can kind of have that control in place to say, okay, well, I was good with it last month, what changed?
So again, as me as the, submitter, I only can see things that I can submit into the workflow. And so for me, waiting for approval, pending approval, rejected, and invoices on hold are all 0 right now because I haven't submitted anything for anybody to actually approve. Had I submitted a manual, invoice, that would have now gone through the approval process. You also have a ready for payment tab. So your ready for payment tab is going to be for those who have the ability to actually submit batches. So in this database, I have a workflow system class. So basically, I can come in, I can submit invoices to the workflow, and I can batch invoices. But in order for invoices to get to this ready for payment, it has to go through the workflow process.
Question for you on the workflow. So if this was Rick and he had invoices for 200 leases awaiting his approval for the month, could he kind of click and, you have to
For each one,
review, but could he do like a select all?
So he would be in the pending approval, and if he had the ability of pending approval, he'll have a little check here, and he can go down and check whichever ones he wants to actually move through.
Or vice versa, could he say approve all, and these are the 5 he doesn't want to pay?
And he'll reject it. And I'll log in as an approver in a second, so you can see what that looks like.
So I don't know if it's a duplicate process or part of the process yet to be developed in the workflow process, but the way that we look at that now is there is this compare last month to this month, there's a reconcile, and then there's one Excel file that you say, hey, this was 75,000 more than last year, here are the 5 reasons why, and then we sort of click off on that rather than, the invoice. It could be all the invoices that equal that, but we need
I think
to work
that's what
through.
it's going to be. You're going to be able to kind of run a report out of here that will agree to the variance report essentially, and then you can say, okay, yes, this is what I wanted.
And so essentially, now, like I said, it looks a little different because this person doesn't have approval rights. But for each one where you're in the process of approving, there's like a little box, and then you're going to type in there, okay, I approve this or I reject this based on X, Y, and Z. And then you're going to move your approval and rejection buttons based on it. And then there is a report that you can run, variance reports, there's pre-batch reports. There's different reports that you can run before you even batch. This is literally the approval process, only these 4 tabs. There's still a ready for payment, and there's a whole other pre-batch report in there that you potentially run before you even decide to actually batch it out. Because even though I come in here, say if I was the final approver and I approved all of these, that doesn't mean that that's a batch. That just means you pushed it through the approval process.
Somebody doesn't still have to.
Somebody still has to go batch out an actual, payment file. So I
think
kind
we should circle when we get to the reports and think about how that relates back to this.
And so I kind of tell clients it's kind of like it's a double check, right? The approval process is going to be your first check. Then you have the actual, ready for payment tab that you have to go in and select all the invoices you'd like to pay. That's going to be that final check. There's a pre-batch report that you can get before you actually even make the payment and push it through. So good thing is it's not just going to magically happen, but it does definitely take some extra steps. All right, then there is the ready for payment tab, and you'll see in the ready for payment tab, I only have, one invoice in here, and that's the only thing that was approved at the moment to be batched out in the system. Now, I'm going to log in as a workflow approver. Actually, give me 1 second. I just got to figure out what the password is. And since I don't have my laptop, where I have it pulled up, I'm just going to pull up another one.
We're not doing batching in HarborFlex today, right? It's like the month is what the month is, and don't do it by business unit or anything like that.
Okay, so I'm logging in as the first approver. And so you can see, just from this alone as the first approver, I have 166 workflow approvals that I have to get through. Then I have 3 approvals on hold, and I have 4 that have been rejected. So from just a snapshot when you're an approver, if you set up your activities widget, you can kind of glance or see, for those of you who will be in the approval process, what actually needs to be approved.
And that count of invoices, leases?
Invoices. How many are sitting there waiting for approval? All right, so you can see in my invoices to be processed, since I'm the first approver, this is what it looks like. So it says waiting for your approval. So I have, again, 136 that are waiting for my approval. I have 0 pending from others because as the first workflow approver, it cannot get passed on to the next person until I approve it, regardless of limits. So even if, I have an invoice that goes over the limit that I'm allowed to approve, I still need to kick the workflow off and approve it in order for it to move to the next person. So whoever you have in that first approver is going to be an important person in terms of the workflow itself, because they're the ones kicking it off. You can see that I have 4 that are rejected. I have 3 that are on hold, and I have 1 ready for payment still. So the on hold ones, I can go in and resubmit. The rejected ones is going to take somebody who's above me, meaning that they're going to have to come in and actually approve the ones that were rejected. I just can't go in and magically approve them since I'm still in that first position. So what you would do is on a monthly basis, you're going to come in and you're going to look at all of your invoices. Now, if this was a situation where you were using contract workflow normally, you could go down and filter based on system and manual, because really anything system generated, again, because you have contract workflow turned on, I can just go and approve them because it was approved as a contract. You can't make any changes in AP to contracted invoices. Therefore, the approval process has already been taken care of. But since you guys are going to be going back and forth on the contract side, you're going to go pretty much through the majority of the invoices in here.
So Katie, say we get a landlord an invoice for camera reconciliation. That invoice would be sent to AMT or portfolio?
Portfolio Solutions, who would get it into AMT as a manual invoice.
Or they can go through the contract side, depending on which ones they, so you can do it both ways, depending on where you'd like to see it. If you put in a CamRec and AP manager through a manual charge, you don't see those charges within the lease itself. So I have clients that are like, no, I want to see CamRec on my actual leases. So they'll put the actual, CamRec within the lease. It'll still flow through into here, but if you do that, you guys will have to go through the approval process. So there's a lot to think about.
Right?
Exactly, contract and AP.
So if you create a manual invoice, is that not mapped to the lease?
No, because it's within the AP manager. You'll see the payment inside of the lease itself, but it's not going to be as visible. You still have to do a couple of extra steps to even see that charge.
And you have to number it yourself.
Yep, invoices are going to be dependent on you.
Does it allow duplicates? Like if you somebody puts in 1,000, can the next person want to put in 1,000?
I believe it rejects it. It's like the invoice is already in use or something like that. So if I'm the first approver, I'm going to come through. I have the ability to select. I can select all of them and say, okay, I approve all of the invoices. If I reject any invoices, I have to give a reason for the rejection. So any invoices you reject, you have to give a reason for why you're rejecting it. So I could say, okay, I'm going to approve them all, and then individually I'm going to go through and I may decide, to look at this. This is where you can use these buttons over here or your reports to go ahead and help with that approval process, because you can go ahead and print them out and then look at what the report is totaling. You're going to see that I can put them on hold. Again, it's a matter of going through, and you'll see the moment you select reject, the little red box, meaning it cannot be rejected without a reason. You have to put a reason in.
And you could run a report on this screen if you, so say PSG and CBRE did everything perfectly and they have the entire month's rent file in this waiting for your approval bucket for Rick. Could he run an Excel file or a PDF report here that says, here's your total that's gonna pay out of this workflow, and then compare it to his other reports that he gets?
Don't believe that it has. I'm gonna PDF this real quick.
Just 2 bucks instead of 700.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. That's
Kind of do
really
it again.
good.
Yeah.
Let's see what we get. I don't remember these reports containing a total, so you may have to put a formula on it. Maybe they might have changed that for us on the workflow side. Nope. So see how these reports only show you that, but I actually, don't know if this AP workflow status approval will give you a total either. So as it currently stands, you would have to end up totaling it yourself.
But if you could put it into Excel,
You could do that easily in Excel. If not, you'd have to wait till it was actually approved in the Ready for Payment tab, and then you could go ahead and do a pre-batch report in there that will total it out.
we wouldn't really want to approve it until we do a few months first, so.
There's that. Yeah. The whole point of the workflow process is to be able to approve it beforehand, but again, now that's going to be, more of a process of what do you guys do and how would you like to accomplish it?
Yep, so I think that just becomes part of the workflow conversation, assuming that you do believe that we could leverage Excel.
I believe you can now. Again, we're going outside of norms, but now my thing is, Rick, are you going to be a part of the contract workflow process? Okay. He's a part of the contract workflow process, and he's technically approving everything in there anyways.
Yeah.
This will become a lot easier because then he can filter down by system versus manual, and for anything system generated, just approve it because you've approved it in the contract. But again, in order for that to happen, you have to be good on the contract side because that's where the approval process technically is taking place. This is going to be more of we're only using it at this point now for manual invoices. That's even if you decide manual invoices.
Put the manual invoices at the lease level.
Exactly. Now, if the process is still to run variance reports and pre-batch reports, and you're being you're taking care of the invoices well within contract workflow, you may decide AP workflow should not be turned on for you. That is a possibility, and that is okay.
And you can have AP workflow off and contract workflow on.
So if this process is too cumbersome because it's not giving you totals, and it's meant for you to come in here. If you have contract workflow turned on, it's meant for you to ignore the system-generated invoices. But you guys have an outside process on contract workflow, which is why I'm like, you have to be very due diligent on the contract workflow side in order to bypass the approval needed in AP and be comfortable with the bypass.
Yeah.
Or you can decide that, you know what, because we have contract workflow turned on, you and Rick are just gonna do a great job of managing it and just not even worry about it. And then in AP, you guys would go through a normal AP process without AP workflow being turned on, where instead of having all of these different tabs, you'll just have that Ready for Payment tab. And then how your team goes ahead and, pre-batches at that point, uses the variance report, they would continue the process like normal.
Sorry, I don't want to spend too much time on workflow, because I know that's not totally the purpose of this section of the training, but I know we were already talking with Lindsay about trying to meet her and start having these conversations now, even though we're not turning it on in the UAT environment until a little bit later because of all the complexities it creates. Who else should be in that conversation on your side, on the AMT side?
It's going to be Lindsay.
It's just Lindsay?
Mhm.
Okay. Cool.
And of course, Arkham will be there to take
Yeah.
a snoop. Alrighty, so any questions on the workflow? I know we're not gonna spend too much time on the approval process because that's a whole separate conversation. But again, as whoever is a part of the approval process, you would each log in respectively. Now, you may decide, from an approval process that, okay, if we know we need to put our batches out by, the second week or the third week in the month or the next month, because 9 times out of 10, you're gonna do all of your batches, then you may decide to say, okay, first approver, you have to have all of your approvals done, this day. Second approver, you need to have all your approvals done this way, because what's gonna happen is if you have approvers going in there at different times and approving, you're just gonna keep doing it and doing that and doing that and doing that, because you may decide to go ahead and approve some, they may approve some, but then if you go back in and approve more and they only logged in today to look at the approvals, they may not log in tomorrow, so it's gonna get stuck in a process. So there is that, that you would need to kind of think through in terms of who's going to be doing what. And then, I have clients that put, stand still to say, okay, no more changes after this particular date in the system transfer process for the week, which you, again, probably would do that now. So you would go through, do your approval rejections on hold, each person would come in, and then once all of the approvals have taken place, everything's been approved, final approval signed off, all of the invoices will be in the ready for payment. Now, in the ready for payment tab, you should only see the existing period you're in and the next 2 periods worth of invoices.
So I might be getting ahead of ourselves, but we would obviously only want to pay the existing period now. How do we avoid paying 3 periods at once?
A couple ways. If you have AP workflow turned on, don't approve anything that essentially is for the next period. Okay. When you're in your approval process, you're going to want to filter based on the period that you're actually approving for. Or when you're in the ready for payment tab, like, again, I have a good ton of our clients have AP. I can count on one hand how many people use AP workflow right now.
Oh.
Not a lot. And that's because of the complexity with the approval process. But again, those who do have it, out of all 5 of them that have AP, they have contract workflow. So generally, when you turn one on, we tell you it's easier to turn both on. But again, it's a process situation. We don't have a lot of clients using AP workflow. I have a bunch of clients using contract workflow and they choose not to turn. But if you decide to use AP, we generally encourage you to turn on the other one because it's going to be easier.
So if you don't have on AP workflow, but only pay the current period?
No, if you don't have on AP workflow, everything, if it's in the existing period or the next 2 periods, would be in this container. But again, my clients will come in, we train them to filter down based on the period in which you're going to batch for you actually. And then what's going to happen is, say if you have a situation where you have multiple invoices in here for different periods, if you go ahead and select all of them as a part of your batch, the system warns you, it pulls a pop-up that says you are processing from multiple batches. Are you sure this is what you want to do? I will tell you this, it is probably the hardest process I've seen to actually pay something in the system. Not hardest, but there's like 5 steps.
They're going to ask you 16
over
different ways.
and over and over again. So it's not as if you can fake ignorance here and say, oh, I didn't know I was doing that. Oh, no, you knew. It asked you like 3 or 4 times after the first time it asked you to go ahead and approve things. So nobody can approve something without knowing what it is, or batching without knowing what it is you're batching, because the system is going to constantly ask you. And the reason because once you batch in our system, you can't undo batches. Point blank, you batch.
Not in AP or JD or anything.
Nothing. The only way that's happening is if you decide and you catch it in time, you work with somebody on our team, we're the only ones that will go ahead. We have the ability to delete the batches. But again, that's a process in itself because we have to undo all of that back end work. And 9 times out of 10, now see, the first couple times you do it because you're new, we're gonna go ahead and work with you to delete those batches, because it's part of the process, a part of, the growing pains of using a new system. There are gonna be times you act, exactly, if you start to do it every month, I'm like 98% sure that you're gonna end up having to pay for it. So, again, we tell you that there's so many pop-ups, we give you those warnings, and that's just because nobody wants to have to deal with that on the back end.
And we can test it too, right? So,
Yep, so again, I don't have in this particular database multiples. I can take you into another environment in a second here and show you what it looks like if you select 5 different periods, you're gonna get that pop-up. And so what's gonna happen here is I would come in, I would filter down based on the period for which I'd like to batch for. I only have one in here, so we're just gonna roll with that. I'm gonna select it. So if I had multiples, I would do a mass selection. And then what happens is once I select everything, you're gonna notice that you have totals up here, right? These totals are gonna be based on what's filtered. So if you filter down by the period, it's more than likely gonna show next period because you're probably batching for next month, right? You're coming in here, end of the month, you're batching for the next month to go ahead and get this geared up. So you're gonna have totals in the next period column. Those totals also indicate what's in your batch as well. So not only will you get a pop-up list if you have multiple batches, if you start seeing batches in prior periods and current periods, and you're not processing for a current period, which is whatever period, calendar period you're in. So current period right now would technically be 4. So again, if you see anything in the current and in the prior, then hey, there may be something wrong with my filtering, or there may be something wrong within the batch itself. So what you do, once you go ahead and you filter based on the period, you're gonna select create payment batch. That does not mean you're actually batching out. You still gotta fill all this out. Then you're gonna get another pop-up that's gonna ask you, are you sure you wanna do this before you actually do it? This screen though will allow you to get pre-batch reports, and that's where the totals will come in. So you can get a pre-batch report without even filling anything out. As long as you have all of your invoices selected, you just hit create payment batch, and then you can come in here, and I'm just gonna PDF it, this is the easiest, and run your pre-batch report. So for the team who's going to be pre-batching, you're gonna come in, you're gonna filter, you're gonna select everything that equals to whatever period you filtered on. If you wanted to do system versus manual, you can do that as well and apply an additional filter. And then you're going to create your pre-batch report. That can be used in conjunction with a variance report to go ahead and get a sign-off. If you decided not to turn, if you were filter. And so this is what it looks like. It's going to detail out every single invoice that was selected, and then it's going to give you totals at the end of the report. That is the difference between those container reports and your pre-batch report. Container reports don't give you totals. Pre-batch reports will.
will this one have like totals by property?
Mm-hmm. So for each one, so if I had like 5 different charges, it's gonna go ahead and give me the total amount for that particular lease itself.
So that's not showing the new leases from the previous month.
No,
It's based on what you filtered, what you selected. So this report is all gonna be about what did I select
what
for
we're
that
actually
container.
paying right now. We should definitely look at those like rent change reports and that other.
Yeah, because 9 times out of 10 years, you're gonna combine them. You're gonna run a variance report, and you're gonna combine it with the pre-batch report to say, okay, this is what I'm saying I paid. Okay, does that number look correct? Well, let me go ahead and run a variance report, and then you'll have 2 totals on the variance report.
Yeah.
All right, any questions, anyone on this?
Will the variance report tell you, is it smart enough to tell you the variance is the base rent increase?
It's gonna dollar. So you're gonna have $1, and then you're gonna have a different dollar.
But by lease.
That's the way it is now.
Yeah.
I was just hoping that.
Yeah, no,
It would probably be easier to find in the system because you'll see once you drill into the lease, like what the start date is, what the escalation dates are. I think it's a little more user friendly than what the.
Great. Yeah, there's a lot of it, it's just not that smart yet, and probably won't make it that smart, to be quite honest with you. But, it is intuitive enough. All right, so again, come in, filter. Once you filter, that's going to be, I'm saying I'm paying this for the month. I'm gonna go ahead, select create payment batch, and I'm gonna hit my pre-batch report. If everything, say, was done, this is where you have some of this information you gotta fill in. So the first thing is the batch name. My suggestion is for any client, come up with batch naming processes. There's nothing worse than creating a bunch of batches and not realizing or what goes with what batch. So come up with a batch naming process. If you're going to batch out manual versus system generated, come up with two naming processes. If it's all gonna be together and based on the month, you may have a naming convention that'll include, okay, first AP batch, May of such and such, then the next one may contain the date for the next time you ran it. Because you may have multiple batches going on depending on how you guys batch.
So when you say batching, that's like the supplemental reports, correct?
Well, it would be all of them. So like it would be the monthly.
The first batch would be the monthly.
Would be the monthly, and then if you have
maybe the second batch
supplemental
would be the
ones,
supplemental.
Yeah, again, it's how you batch. I have some clients that are like, we're gonna catch everything when we go ahead and we do our processing, and then those one-offs are the extreme. So they are like, okay, here's our cutoff, and on this particular date, nothing else goes in. We batch everything that's there and we reconcile.
And that's what we do today, basically.
And then I have some that are like,
We should have a check cut for a new lease that requires a
Security deposit or whatever, yeah. And those would begin the one-off.
And something like that, like if it's a situation where, again, you're gonna have to look at it from a contract side. If you have things like one-off charges and you decided not to put them in as manual invoices, if you needed it or you wanted to show it separately in the system, that's where you're gonna select, separate invoice, yes, because then what it will do is it'll line out that security deposit on another invoice. So that you're not adding it to technically with your month, well, you're not adding it to what you're paying for that month. If you wanted to show the difference in the two, like one line item for your security deposit and then everything else.
So then next month, you're comparing back to
the others, right, the first batch.
So, keep in mind there's gonna be things that you're gonna wanna do from an admin or a real estate perspective that makes sense with how you post your invoices.
So if there's something in the second batch, like first month's rent, and then you're gonna wanna continue that the next month. So the second batch happened at an odd time.
So second batch meaning like
After
we've already
batch
cut
has
off
been approved.
for the month.
But we have to get the first month's rent
We
paid.
just entered into a new lease.
So,
If you didn't catch it with the first one, then you're gonna have to have a second one.
no,
Right,
I know we'll have a
she's saying-
second one, but how are we gonna compare that to how are we gonna compare the batches next month? Do you know what I'm saying?
So,
Well, in the variance report, if it's a new one, it'll have a zero. It's not necessarily based on the batch, it's based on what it was that you've paid for the month in general, unless you're deciding to pay one in one month and one in the other. If it's all paid within the same month, when it's on the variance report, it's going to have a zero compared to what you previously paid. And then it will go,
kind of write it out and ask
yeah.
the question more specifically.
And when you're looking at the variance report, it's going to say, here's that new lease that you entered. It's still gonna come up because you paid it within that period. So it's not, unless you paid in a different period. When you paid in a different period and you run that variance report, your variance report's gonna be off. As long as
It'll
it's
show in the next period.
Exactly, as long as you're doing it within the existing period. If you're batching them all out in the same, for the same period, because you are not technically batching in the same period, but if you batch them all out for the same period, you shouldn't have a problem.
Will this allow the batch name to be the same between months, or will it give an error, say it's already been used?
It's going to allow you because that's a manual field, which is why I said come up with a naming convention, because that becomes scary when you're starting to look at batch histories, because you really can't tie any, you have to go through it and tie out the dollar amounts at that point. If the names essentially are the same, and the system will allow for the duplicate names.
I think in the academy training, it just suggested giving it the same ID. So like if it's batch ID 67651, you would just call it batch name 67651, and those cannot be duplicated, correct?
Those cannot.
And do you know what the file name itself will be when it comes over to our system?
I don't know how that looks on the back end, because that's all gonna be a part of your spec.
Okay.
Now, period, this is a hairy situation for some, because this is going to be, what is your system going to allow to pull over based on the specs? It may be where, 9 times out of 10, I've seen it where clients, the period there corresponds to the period within the actual batch itself. So if I'm batching out, 5 of 2019, then my period that I'm putting in here is 5 of 2019. I have seen it differ when it's a situation where my ERP system is not going to allow for that pre to come over. And so on the back end and the export, I can make the period here, whatever, because I'm gonna tell the export to use this period, and it may be either, because you're gonna have to choose between the two. Do you want your export file to contain the batching period or the invoices within the file period? So again, specs, when you're dealing with or if you've been dealing with our IT team, that's something that you'll determine with them on the spec.
So the difference there is if we're prepaying, right? If it's May rent that we're paying in April, batch period April, but it'll be in May.
Exactly. So again, that's dependent on your ERP system. 9 times out of 10, though, a lot of our clients, that period, they're going to correspond with the period for which they're batching for, even if they are pre-ing it. Now,
So today's example would be the 5/2019.
So if I'm batching out for 5/2019, that's what I'm going to put the period. But again, you have to make sure your system is going to allow for that pre to happen, like a month that's technically not open in your ERP system.
It is, it's towards the end of the year.
Okay, so you'll be fine, but I have seen it where they're like, oh, we can't get that in because that period is not open in our accounting system.
Well, that works now, but does it work when we're batching July payments in June?
Yes, I think you open July, like mid-June.
Well, but this isn't like the date that this would hit like our ledger, correct? That was.
You're gonna handle that on the ERP side. We're talking about just using a
So we
line.
wouldn't want it to hit in May, we want it to hit in April when it's
That's
actually
what
gonna
we
hit.
need to talk through. The way it is today, when that comes over, that's like a debit in your voucher payable. There is no invoice to match against it, and then the invoice comes through for the actual May rent in May. And that's why I don't know when we make this switch, how we.
Yeah, and so that piece is gonna be handled in your ERP system. This piece is gonna say, okay, based on what our ERP system can and cannot handle, what period do I have to put here to allow it to flow through? If your ERP system has that open, then you're fine to use the period for which you're batching on, and then you'll handle that on the ERP side.
So I guess, Pam, the key takeaway there is if we have, in this case, May in the period and it comes over in May, is that going to wait until May to expense from AP to GL?
And that's all handled in spec, so, right?
Because you'd be paying around May 15th, but you're paying for the month of June. So you would want it to have a June GL date.
Yes, it would expense in June, yes. You got it.
So you need to make sure if we are processing the file in, say, June 15th, you have to have July open by that point. So you need to make sure you're open in July by mid-June.
Correct.
Any questions, anybody? Okay, invoice date, it is a requirement. Now, that is, again, gonna be based on your specs. You can put an invoice date in the first day of the next month for which you're for the first date of the period for which you're batching for, which is generally how it happens. I have some clients that they'll do it, if I'm batching for my, May rent, I'll put 5/1/2019. If I have a second batch, at that point, my invoicing date is going to be the date in which I'm batching for. So again, it's a matter of what your specs are going to contain on that export file. Due date is not a requirement. Generally, you'll see due dates when you have manual batches that you're doing and you're batching out all of your manuals. Then you'll put a due date in because there's generally a due date on anything that is a manual invoice. You gotta pay it by some date, so you can go ahead and reflect that here. Then you have a control total and a detail total. You will notice with the control total, you have the ability to change it. So a lot of the times with this, the control total is gonna be a total coming out of like your ERP system if you have one. Not everybody has that in their ERP system where it doubles up and it tells them what needs to be paid. I've seen some that are like that. What essentially this allows you to do is say if I have, or not even your ERP system, if my accounting department says, hey, this month we need to be paying $100,000 in rent. Well, if I take that and I put in, okay, my accounting team said I have to pay $100,000. The moment I tab over, it will not allow you to post because my control total is different than the total that I have selected in the batch.
We don't have anything like that today, right? Or would we intend to implement anything like that? I don't think that, this is our system of truth for real estate leases.
Okay, well then if that's the case, then you can leave those two numbers the same. It'll default to be the same, but the moment that, again, if you had any sort of total outside of the system, if your accounting team has one total that they're saying you should pay, or if your ERP system is saying you should pay this, and you take that number and you plug it in, it's going to tell you that there is a difference and it will not allow you to post the difference. You have to post what is true to the system, or what is true to what you have selected. Now, once everything, just put that back in. Once everything is balanced out, the difference is zero, you have this little thing down here that says, the batch is balanced. Are you sure you wish to post the batch? Question 1. When you hit yes, well, I don't have it here. When you hit yes, you'll get another pop-up that says, are you sure you want to post it? It literally doesn't, there's no skipping around, there's no skipping that. So when you post it, then you'll get that, oh, hey, everything's good, we're good to go, and it'll flow through. I'm not gonna post in this database just because we need to preserve it, but I can take you into another database that I have. Give me 1 second. Oh, and for those of you looking for what those exceptions would look like, I have a ton of them in this database. So if you did not have AP turned on, this is what it would look like. Very similar to, if anybody would look at the training, it's very similar to the training. It literally has a bunch of exceptions. There's only one tab, and that's the ready for payment. You don't have all of those approval processes in the tabs, because at that point, it's not turned on.
So if we don't have AP workflow turned on, if somebody does a manual invoice, there really is no approval. It just goes right to be ready for payment. If there's not,
Unless we put it at the lease level, and then it could still go through contract approval, which we may want to implement that system.
generated invoice.
All true, yes.
Well, if you put it in at the system level, again, it's going through the contract workflow process. So, I mean, and I believe for AP, there's a security setting that doesn't allow for manual invoices, I want to say.
I think you're right.
So you could potentially just turn it off and say, okay, nobody can do manual invoices. Everything has to go through the contract because we only have contract workflow turned on.
Yeah, it just says add invoices, but I'm assuming that means manual.
All right, so you can see in here that this is what it looks like. So if and again, let me just make sure I'm pulling some different periods here. Say if I chose a bunch of periods that are out of sync with each other, they just don't coincide with one period, what's gonna happen is the moment you do create payment batch, you get this pop-up. And it tells you that the batch contains invoices for multiple periods. Again, there's no way to say I didn't know that happened.
It'll let you do it if you say yes, but it'll warn you that you've got different periods.
Yeah, because, again, people say, oh, I didn't see that. Well, you had to agree to it in order to move forward, and.
Is there an audit trail? Do you know who clicks yes here?
This piece, I don't believe there's an audit trail. I don't believe that's part of the compliance manager on batches. I want to say no, compliance manager is looking at the lease. So I was saying.
You don't necessarily know who posts the batch.
Oh, yeah, the moment that you post it, it tells you who posted the batch.
So.
Yeah, there's that.
If someone said yes here, I could come find them, or
Yeah.
Rick could go find them.
Anybody can go find them because it will have their name next to the batch that was posted. And again, you can't say you didn't see this. It says here, you have to click yes in order to move forward. So there's that. And I can go ahead and actually I'll create that with that. So again. All right. What's wrong with that one? All right, so I'm gonna put a period in, and again, I can put whatever period I choose to put in here. As you can see, I have multiple periods, so if this was a situation where the batch itself, your export file is saying, hey, take the posting batch, then I may want the posting batch to be corresponding to the actual period that I'm posting for. If I say take the invoice, then it's almost like it doesn't really matter what that period is because it's gonna use whatever period is in the invoices that come over as the batch.
And question for the current process. So I looked up one invoice that was for April rent, and the invoice date came over as April, but it posted to the GL in March. This is for current processing.
I believe it posts to vouchers payable in March, and then we're going in and flipping it to prepaid.
Oh, okay. Every month,
Yeah.
all this stuff, which would be nice. So you don't want that. Okay.
Well, could we just have it code to prepaid?
Well, we would need
Manually,
manually.
if we can, if we can do the right period.
Yeah, we can set up the flex flow to say whatever the invoice date is, default that is the accounting date, that would drive the GL. So.
But you still have to get it paid, right, and like, if it's an April invoice, you have to get paid in March. Well, you gotta get paid in March.
Yes, it
Oh,
should,
sorry.
because the AP origin is set to net 0, 0, so it should pay based off of the invoice date in 0 days. So if the invoice date is 3/15, it should say, okay, immediately on 3/15, I'm ready to pay. But it won't post to the GL until April 1st.
We needed to post, if we make the payment in March, we need something to post to GL in March. We'll have to talk that through more. That's why I think it's hitting vouchers payable and we're flipping it to prepaid. Because if we're paying the cash in March, we still have to record it.
Yeah, the cash goes out the door.
It is hitting rent in like March, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
even though the payment is not due until April 1st.
Right, then I would just put some vouchers payable in April rent. I don't think I'm missing something. I thought it's always hitting rent expense, and then we leave a month in prepaid. We don't adjust every month, but. Okay.
We can
So
look
you
at that.
don't want it to default then, it sounds like. Because I don't think you can do, okay, we can talk about that one.
We have a whole hour for lunch, so we can talk about that a little bit for lunch if we want to.
All right, so you can see here that, I can go ahead, everything looks good, I can go ahead and post at this point. So I put in all of my information that's required. I'm gonna select yes. It's gonna say, are you sure? I have to select okay, that I'm sure I wanna post this. At this point, what it does is it tells you the batch has been created, it gives you the creation, and then all you're doing is selecting okay. Now, what's gonna happen is the posting process itself, that piece goes into a queue with everybody else who's posting. Now, that queue is not long on the FASB side if you're dealing with posting in FASB. This queue is actually pretty quick, so I mean, you may go ahead and post this in the system, go check the queue, and you'll see in your batch history where it may say either it's completed or it's still in processing, and then once it's done, you can go do other things and check back periodically, but generally it takes maybe anywhere from like a minute to a couple of minutes to actually see the batch complete. And so once you do, as you can see, you get no other pop-up, it just tells you the batch was created. So you're gonna come into AP report, and if you go into batch history, you can see that there's a status column on the batch. And so you can see, it will tell you here, if it's still queued up, it'll be queued. If it's been, failed for some reason, you'll see a failed. And then whoever is over the back end side, generally, you'll get some sort of file as to why it might have failed. Or it'll say complete. And we will get into all of the things you should and should not do in this tab in a moment. But any questions on the batching process? Everybody good? For those of who will be doing this process,
Look, Pam, you created a batch.
Did I?
Created a batch, $1,000. Remember that?
Somebody reviewing the database. But any questions for any of you who will be dealing with that process? Seems
I think it's
similar.
gonna be the folks on the phone, so I guess PSG, any thoughts or concerns, or we'll just kind of play around with it once we get into the testing environment?
I don't know that I've got any thoughts or concerns right now.
Cool, thank you. You want to talk about these reports? I know we're supposed to have Tyler at 11.
Yeah, what is it already?
I can email him and.
Okay, so, we still have like, lots to get.
That's fine. As long as he can be flexible, I'm good, and we can shorten lunch if we need to, or extend later week, because we have a Q&A session later too.
Alright, let me log out of here. Well, this is gonna be a situation of if you guys have decided, if you guys have decided whether or not you're going to do AP, manual batches. If you're gonna,
Here's, Trump's mind. Let's say, I would think that any manual invoice, especially for considering maybe not using AP workflow, because different complexities that you explain, I would think that we would try to handle any, like, what we would refer to as a manual invoice as a contract workflow. I don't know, though, hey, Terry.
And it's fine, I don't want to keep it, if you want, we can go to the second time. During lunch after Tyler's done our prep.
Yeah,
Early.
Let's do that. We just lost Berry anyway, so,
That's not half the room kind of got it. I was like, maybe we might want to wait.
it's still on AP, Terry, but we're,
Yeah.
so should I not reach out to him then?
No.
I think we should talk about the reports that they left.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there are some reports,
Restroom now.
Questions?
Oh.
I didn't even realize I was like, I thought they all left, I just looked to my right, and I was like, where'd everybody go?
Manual invoices are easy to create. The only thing is that when you're doing manual invoices, you have to pick an approval process. And with that, there will be a set of, if you're doing contract workflow, they just need to know not to, well, if they wanted to, you could select the contract workflow one. You don't even need to set up a manual one if you don't want to. They could pick contract workflow, it goes through kind of the same workflow process.
What do you see most of your clients doing?
For the clients that have AP workflow turned on, they are really big clients, and they have to have it turned on because of the different entities they have. They have EU people using it versus North America versus their Asian.
They're more like global.
Exactly, they're like easy to manage it.
Well, we are supposed to start the accounting in 10 minutes, so I think let's finish these last 2 minutes of the AP, and then we'll break for 5 minutes, and Tyler can start a few minutes late.
Okay, so there is
We were supposed to do 10:45, but because we took the earlier break, I think we should just finish up. There's only a few minutes left.
Yeah, we've got 5 minutes. So I'm only gonna show you about a couple of reports, maybe honestly only one. So you'll see, one thing to note is, are you guys doing an automatic file transfer? So once you batch out, is it going ahead and sitting on an SFTP site, and then you're gonna have a process that's gonna pick it up and bring it over to your ERP system and import it? If that's the case, batch history becomes important because you cannot hit the export button. The moment you hit the export button, you put a time and a date stamp on it. When you time and date stamp it, it gets missed by the pickup.
Maybe we should break and
That
wait for Pam to
in
come
the
back.
training, which was confusing to me, because it seems like I would want to hit X.
You're gonna want to, but you don't want, it stops, yeah. But it's a very, it happens.
We need Pam, I wasn't.
All right, maybe we do take a 5-10 minute break now. I'll email Tyler and tell him we're gonna start like 10 minutes late.
While we're waiting, I just have a quick question. So all of these, kind of reports and, processes that you're going through, are they documented somewhere in your manual?
You can, yeah, I think everything that we've done, the majority of what we have or processes that we are documented. There are some that are still kind of in the process of getting documented, but things like this are sometimes.
It's okay.
How are they documented?
This morning, huh?
I love it. The knowledge center, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna find the documentation in there, or you can call us and, or email us and request that somebody from my team send you like the actual guidance.
There's non-passing charges.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe handy. They got their system open, rather than closing that out. And you still get a hard copy, something next to it. What we were looking at.
Yeah, and anything in our, like, well, actually, Greg, what am I logged in?
Yeah, I mean, I hope we got a sales straight.
And then this just went without our process.
No, okay, I got a lot of things that need to go. When I log in as myself, it kicks me out of everything since I'm.
We'll finish that.
There might up there.
I mean, it's one of the things that is.
I will send it to you.
bring the kids.
So cool. You should have told her. No, whenever you're gonna let us that, yeah. Yeah, we're up there. Riding around for a while. Neighborhood. Yeah. She's getting close to coming in too. It's not just my meeting. I don't like when I'm let down.
Where are you going?
Oh, yeah. Where are you at?
I am in Bel Air, but I am right by, right by Foote, so I'm kind of like the northeast corner
So
of
we
Bel
were
Air.
right there.
Right.
I guess one word across the street. Is there a vineyard or? We were, so we were at one, like almost right across.
Okay.
I'm thinking a little further down, close to the fire. 22, I guess.
Mm.
We were just kind of somewhere up there.
And where I am, it's so close to Route 1 and 95. You can take either way, Route 1 or 95.
Nice up there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I lived in Joppa for 10 years, then Haverty Great for 10 years, and then been in Bel Air for, I don't even know, a long time. I can't live in there. 16 years, I think.
Oh, okay. I need to work with them. I used to have to come up 895 for no time.
Yeah.
I drive over one, so nice, even though I'm like, still, the price takes a lot of time, so I was pretty worried about like, my address in Bel Air, I'm like basically closer to like Dublin and like driving on and stuff, like, I'm still 10 minutes. But, I love it. It's such a nice drive, it's like never traffic, and highway.
Yeah.
Probably from like, you're probably like, what's it, 30 minutes, is about 30 minutes?
I would say 35, yeah. If I have to come into the office in the middle of the day, like for a meeting, if I'm working from home,
Yeah.
it takes me about 30 minutes.
If there's no
So like that's no traffic.
Yeah.
Coming home is like closer to 40.
Most of what you did is getting on Honey Go and trying to get over Route 1. Yeah. Like trying to get around the mall. Exactly, that light.
You know, like I need a little bit of walk, just like when I work off the computer.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah.
Hang out.
Tudor Manor is right across the street. Right on the other side of the energy, but single family houses.
We need to get like an Airbnb.
My neighborhood's right up in there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Zero sugar and cherries.
Oh, is it? No, that's my favorite. Right. No, it's my favorite.
which one do you do, Dave? You do one of them?
Whatever's in the menu.
Whatever's there.
You know what it is, Dave? They changed the eye on this probably like.
Yeah,
Color is.
Water all day and all night.
Regular.
Yeah, I don't care if they're regular, but my kids, I carry this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I try to drink one before lunch and one
Right.
after lunch.
Yeah, I never need it, just my need glasses of water. I feel like it's.
I don't have tea with dinner.
Yeah.
Drink soda.
I can't not drink soda.
I can drink soda once on flat. I don't like
Oh, really?
carbonation.
Oh, God, I've been out more than an hour.
I'll shake it. I'll shake it, let down, shake it, let down. It's flat, then I can drink.
I like cold.
Cold flat.
Trying to bypass it.
Then we went down
Trying to bypass it.
Well, we go.
Yeah, oh,
Okay,
that's why.
yeah.
Normally it takes a
Neighborhoods like Patterson Mill area, like around.
I know. Yeah, they would get longer.
And,
Are you okay with you?
I'm in Bolster, like right off the record.
That's what happened to me. I went an hour. Prepare for that one.
Plus the window hard familiar with
It usually takes you 6 hours.
I got out of those neighborhoods, I tell Larry.
No wall or whatever.
You live behind, you live behind.
Well, you know, it's kind of like a. Yeah. We got. Oh, yeah, we find home.
No more would be a little bit more convenient, but still they're so convenient. Further to you, more difficult to get.
I think we should.
Yeah, we started out, we came through Jackson.
Alright, so, again, batch history, I'm gonna explain this to everyone just so that way everybody kind of gets the importance of it. When you come into batch history, because you guys are doing an automatic file transfer, you cannot hit the export button. And because if you do hit the export button, it time and date stamps the file. So when the process rolls around, it looks for anything with a blank export date. If there's an export date, it says, oh, skip this file. We've already taken it, so it doesn't duplicate or double up. I've seen where clients keep this button on, and that's because if there's ever an issue with, say, I accidentally did post something and I don't need the file to pick it up and bring it into the ERP system, I will select export so that way it stops that process. Generally, I see with most clients, they may give that right to like maybe 2 people. So 9 times out of 10, you can lock that down where the export button doesn't even show. And this way you don't have to worry about it because you have the automatic file transfer or pickup.
Say it again, if you hit that button, it won't come over. We could use that for equipment if we did want to.
I have a lot of batch invoices. That's another way you could do it too. You could go ahead and every month filter down based on equipment leases and just batch them out and export them. And then you'll never have to worry about anybody else accidentally doing it.
And then the payments will actually never make it to people's phones, like the real estate stuff.
But in the system, it'll look like you're batching out all of those invoices on a monthly basis.
Otherwise, we just let those invoices build up,
Which is, it can cause an even bigger issue. So,
can we have the button grayed out for real estate people and not grayed out for?
Well, it depends on how you set your system class up. You can have it set up where those who have access to, you know, real estate leases don't have the ability to export. And maybe only 1 or 2 people on that team may have a different system class that would include for the export option. And then for everybody who's with equipment, they would have access to it, so that way if they did batch out all the equipment, they can just export it out and not have to worry about the file picking it up.
And on the system class, there's a row for batch export and a row for payment batch creation.
So payment batch creation is when you're in that invoice to be processed and you hit create payment batch. All right, any questions on that? If you'd like to see what's inside of a batch, hit print. That's bottom line. If you hit export, you pretty much just timestamp it and basically just never get picked up. Now again, there's going to be situations where it happens all the time. If it's a situation where the first couple times you accidentally hit export, because it is bound to happen, work with us, say, hey, you know, try to do it before 5 p.m. because I promise you there's only so many people who have access to delete time and date stamps in the batch files, and they tend to leave around like the 4:30 to 5 o'clock range, and that's almost every day. So I will tell you that. If that's the case, try to do it before 5 p.m. If not, it's going to need to wait until the next day, and then it's going to be picked up on the next day. Depending on how you process this, it might be too late. Any questions on that, anyone? right, and then for the sake of time, there are some other reports here. I'm gonna briefly explain them to you, just because we kind of can't run them. I will run the ones that you need, but you'll see you have historical invoice reports, so you can see all of your historical invoices. You will see that you have a rental change report, which basically will tell you if there are any rents that are changing for the next month. You have rental updates, and so those are gonna be where you'd like to see at a specific point in time. So say I wanted to say, okay, I wanted to see all of my rental updates as of 1/1 of 2019. I can go ahead and run this report and see a list of all of those that have changed in rent.
That'll basically just tell you in that example what will escalate on 118 or whatever.
Well, it's looking directly at your escalation points from the actual, lease itself, on those charges. Transaction ledger, if you are not pulling in checks, it becomes almost like a null report for you, because it's never gonna have any transactional data, because it has nothing to compare it against. So it's always gonna be incorrect. You have missing AP data. Now, this is just one you can click in. There's really kind of no, it kicked me out. All right, why not? So for missing AP data, that one is not really anything you're running, but what essentially is you can come in here and it will show you all of your exceptions. So if you have exceptions for missing remittances, missing GL accounts, any payments on hold, it does not show you pending contract workflows, because that's technically not an exception that you can change through AP or with a fix. It's literally an approval process. But again, you can just click on there and it'll show you everything for your system. Now, here are your monthly billing variance reports. So you have two. You have your monthly billing variance, and then you have your monthly historical. The monthly billing variance is going to compare pre-batching. So it's going to compare what you previously batched versus what's next to be batched. Historical is going to show you everything that's been batched. So it's going to compare one period to another period that you've already batched for. So you run one before, you can run the other one after. Two ways to look at it, depending on what you need. Now, I'm going to show you how you would theoretically do this. I don't have anything posted in this database, but you would come in, and if we're, posting for April, well, May. So you would come in, you put in your period, and then you're going to generate report. Now, you have to have the last period already batched. It only works when you have periods that have already been batched. You're doing every single month, month to month. If you go ahead and do it and you have not batched, or you have not batched the previous month, you're going to see you're going to contain all zero. But again, it's for you to be able to compare the two totals. So generally, you're going to take this report, you're going to take your pre-batch report, you're going to use them all together, and you're going through that approval process if you're not having workflow approval on, which is the majority of our clients do it this way. So I mean, it's going to be up to you how you prefer to have this turned on in the system. And so you can see the previously amount. All right, so you can see it's going to tell you what you previously billed and then your current bill, and it's going to show you a variance between the two. Now, again, it's going to be based off of what was posted. So if something was not posted before, you will always have a zero in the previously billed amount. So if you're dealing with a new lease and you run this report, that's going to account for that.
What is the difference between this report and the rental change report?
The rental changes is you can go back, like say if I'm going to put it in a particular point in time. So I'm going to go back and say I want to look at, a rental change from 9/1 of 2018. That's the point in time that I'm looking at. It's going to go look at all of the actual charges that I have at the lease level, and it's going to pull me data from that point on.
So that would be more of like the historical.
Yeah, like you're trying to go back and see at some point in time, where did something change if I accidentally missed it?
Or if we just said, hey, we want to look at what we're paying in rent now versus what we were paying in rent a year ago.
Because
Reduce
this,
that rental change.
yeah, this report here is only gonna show you what you posted last month and what you're set to post for the next month.
But this is, I think, what we would use as.
Yeah, so if we have a previous amount billed, just say that's $100,000, and then the next month is $125,000. So we want to see the documentation behind that $25,000. Can we get to that in here?
Not in here, that's gonna be more of, where did you put that in the lease? Where is that, did you upload that documentation to the lease?
But you would be able to see, like, for example, you would be able to see if it were, what location it was, what charge type it was.
But we usually get a copy of the invoice that shows the difference and shows what it's for. So is it CAM reconciliation? Is it?
So that would show up here, so like, if I think for this one's 0 versus 3
Yeah.
and 4, but like, just pretend that the column on the right was everything except for that MRK on the first line there, the 2550.
Mm-hmm.
You would see that 0 on the 2550, and you would see that it's a charge type MRK related to AMT training location 144, lease type 144, Fairview Court, Miami, Florida, and then you have to go back into the lease to figure out, okay, what was this charge for?
So it's gonna give you charge type, what you previously billed last month. If you're doing something like a camera, and you come in here and you see a charge that says camera, and then it says 0, that's because that's a one-off charge. The documentation portion is going to need to be a process where you guys are uploading that documentation to the lease. That's where you can find it.
Currently, the Memphis team takes a look at that camera reconciliation and makes sense of it. You know, they.
Before you pay it.
Correct.
So that would be this is where we get into whether we use the manual invoice or the contract workflow, right? But so say we're gonna say, we're not doing any manual invoices, we're gonna do everything through contract workflow. You would send the information to PSG, they would do the research. Then once they figured out, okay, we agree we need to pay $50,000 for this camera, they would add that to the lease as a one-time charge. And we'll have charge types for one-time charges and cameras and things like that. We need to define that a little bit better, but they would put it in, and then it would go through contract workflow approval for Rick to approve.
Same thing for repair and maintenance. We'll sometimes get those bills.
Anything you put into the system will, at that point, contract workflow, it's hitting everything. Anything you put into the system has to go through the workflow process. There's no getting around it.
So the way Katie described it, it would attach to the lease at that point, whereas if you just do a manual invoice, it doesn't really attach to the lease.
The only thing you're seeing is if you do manual charges, if you go into the lease itself, there's a view history where you can view all the payments, but there's no dictate, it just literally is a payment. There's no, it just says if you had to pay, $50,000 for that camera, all you're gonna see is a $50,000 payment. It's not going to give you anything. You're gonna have to come into AP, look at your historical batch, or not your historical batch, your historical invoices and see what that was related to and pull that invoice up to find out that charge. That's the downside of the manual charges. Now, I have some clients that, in terms of their legal teams, they're very stickler about that type of situation where they will say, well, listen, one-off charges need to be manual charges because they are not things that were accounted for when we originated the lease. If we're doing a one-time charge for, say, a window broke or something like that, that's not a part of what our contractual obligations are. And then you start getting into all that legal language. So it's really gonna depend on how you guys would like to see the information, what's going to work best for you.
So I think one of the things that Kim is bringing up is that each month there's this reconciliation, and actually can look at the documents that, kind of influenced or, the invoices that came out. And so you can have it for each month that goes where it's processed. And so I don't know if they're linked or it's just a matter of PSG needs to sort of bake that into the workflow somehow.
Well, when you say they need to see the documents, are you talking about the camera that you actually get from your landlord? Like you want to see that piece? Then that's going to be a process on the PSG side where once they've approved it, as they're creating the charge, they're actually uploading the documents into the lease itself. So you can go into any one document and pull it.
Would it be linked to the invoice?
It'll only be linked to the invoice if you are, not to the invoice, it will be linked to the lease itself, not necessarily the invoice that was paid for the month. If you wanted to do that, you can, well, if you don't have AP turned on workflow, you can't upload that document to any one given lease. So you can literally, within AP Manager, when you're in here, you can go in and select the invoice number and then upload the document. There's an invoice section. Now, be mindful though, that's all still done through AP. So what's going to happen is the moment you need to look for that, you gotta go to the invoices, well, the documents on the AP side and not the lease itself.
I think it's better to have it in the lease, right?
If you want that to be your one central kind of, everything is done there, it just kind of makes it easier on you.
There's oftentimes though, we'll get an invoice and we'll have to research it, and we have 3 days to get it into Memphis to say, okay, we're gonna pay this month, or no, don't pay this month because we need to research it. We need to get a hold of the landlord, we need to get a hold of the site administrator, whoever it is, to make sure that those charges actually occur.
Yeah, I don't think that process would really change. It's
Okay.
just a matter of like
Where are you keeping the physical document? Right. And I mean, my thing is, at the lease level, you have your leases there, you have all of your correspondence generally within a lease anyways. I don't, even for all of the clients that I know who are doing CAMREX, they're still putting those CAMREX in at the lease level.
maybe
They're
over lunch
uploading
we could do, because these guys haven't had like the system overview, maybe we could show them some of the, where the documents are stored.
Exactly.
I mean, if that's junking up the system, so to speak, I mean, to have every single invoice
No, that's
from a
gonna
landlord.
that's going to be, well, remember, system generated technically, it's an invoice, we call it an invoice, but it's not an actual, like, document. Like, you'll see it the one line when we showed you earlier, and you can pull it up and you can't change it. So hence what I'm saying, putting it in in AP to the actual invoice itself really doesn't make any sense. You're gonna wanna see it where all of your documents are contained. Now, that's gonna be a folder management issue, making sure that you have the right folders in place, you guys are uploading to the right folders, and you're selecting it within the right folder. Because generally, like I said, I've done CAMREX with a lot of my clients who are going through these processes, and they just have very defined folders, and they're uploading their CAMREX there, they're uploading all of their research that they did. When we do CAMREX for our clients, because we have a team that does do OpEx services, they upload all of the documentation to Leap anyway, so that's our process. We train that way. But again, you have some that want to do it the other way. All right, any questions on the monthly billing variance report?
This is something we can play around with in testing too. We can have PSG looking at it, and we're gonna have to kind of go back in time and compare it to like the variance report that we did back in December, because that's when the data is right in there right now. But I think we can basically say, okay, well, no, because you won't cover.
Actually, I wanted to, Tyler, are you on yet?
I am. Good morning, everyone.
Hey there, all right, give me 1 second, I'm just checking with Lindsay because I'm wanting to know if you were gonna use the database, because she was getting ready to wipe it again. Do you need time? Like, are you gonna do your demo through the testing data that's in their database?
Oh, I'll be in a testing database. I'm not going to be in MedStar's environment because there are no expense type leases in there right now.
All right then, so before I hand it over to Tyler, I know this was a very lengthy process because we have so many things in play. Anybody have any questions for right now?
I'm excited. We've got some internal conversations on the GL spec, but I think we also probably want to think about the variance report a little bit and understand how we get that out. But
Going forward, if we have questions regarding the system, the software, call INC.
we're gonna have an internal training process like we do for PeopleSoft today, for example.
Because once you guys get out of implementation, then everything becomes fillable, and do you have the time? Now, generally, generally what happens is, by the time you have some like training, I mean, you have training hours or something left over where you can contact somebody. If you're dealing with anyone on my team, we tend to just take on cases. So we're generally.
But likewise, PSG should be fully versed in this and should be able to.
Absolutely.
All right, well, I'm going to stop sharing, and then, Tyler, you have the floor, and I am going to
email Lindsay that she's okay to swipe the database.
All right, sounds great. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Tyler. Just so you know, in the room here, you've got representatives from financial reporting, general accounting, ERP, lease administration, finance, a little bit of everybody, because we want to make sure that everybody's kind of getting the rounded out education on this stuff.
Great. Okay. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get started. Let me share my screen. Okay. Can everybody see my screen?
Yep. Yes.
Perfect. Okay. All right. So what we're going to do today is, I know at least some of you guys have been through a demo before. You've pretty much seen every part of the system. So we're going to go back through that today and maybe spend a little more detail on some of the sections that we looked at in more of a high level the first time around. So we're going to start in the client profile and look at where your portfolio-wide settings go that are going to be applied to your entire book of leases. Then we're going to look at the master fields management screen where we select what charges, what charge types are actually going to be used to calculate in your FASB calculation for your ROU asset and liability. And then from there, we're going to take a look at the accounting setup, which will include GL accounts, journal entry mapping, things like that. And then we're going to finish up in the revision screen where we'll look at where a lot of the calculation for the ROU asset and liability happens, and then ultimately how AMT produces journal entries. So we're going to go ahead and start in the client profile here. All right, so we're going to skip down to the FASB ISB manager settings. There's a lot of information on the screen, but you guys have been over that with the PM and real estate consultants, so we're going to focus on the accounting stuff during this time today. So again, this is a testing database, so what's in here currently does not reflect the settings that are going to be in your database, but we will talk about those as well. So the first option here is accounting standards. For you guys, you have no IFRS reporting, so we don't have to worry about that. That's just going to be FASB 842 for MedStar, but for testing purposes, this one is currently set up for both standards, FASB and IFRS. So the next box here is about fair market value test. This is the system currently defaults to the former bright line standards of 90 and 75% for the lease classification testing. You do have the option to change those if you choose, but you guys have defaulted to chosen those default numbers under the previous standard. So this is will also be reflected in your database as well. The next option is for MPV location grouping and lease grouping. This is how you choose to segment your interest rates for different leases within your portfolio. So this gives you the ability to use different interest rates for different groupings that you've previously set up. So you can, depending on how your groupings are set up, you can segregate your rates by location. If you've got want to set them up in different states or using different interest rates or different cities, you can set them up by asset type. Whether you've got vehicles, equipment, real estate, they can all use different interest rates depending on how these groupings are set up and which one you select.
I think at the very most complex, we might differentiate by contract type, so real estate versus equipment, but we may not even do that since our equipment population is pretty small comparatively.
Sure. And that and if not to use a grouping to segregate your interest rates, you can definitely do that. If you have a small population of leases that'll be using a different rate, then this will probably be the best option for you. This is the MPV interest rate override at the level. This gives you the ability to set an interest rate or at least independently that'll be different from your portfolio-wide rates. and we will see what that looks like when we get to the revision screen in a few minutes. So here is the interest rate screen. As you can see, it's customizable for different terms. You can set it for any term that you choose in your portfolio. If you've got leases that go all the way out past 30 years, you can add a term here, not 304 years. And it's really easy to add a term. And then once you've added that term, it populates here in the field, and it's really easy to just go in there and update the interest rate. So you can
my corporate / treasury, so those will be updated periodically, quarterly maybe, monthly if we feel really ambitious. But this is not going to be something that but very many people will have access to.
Yeah, so these rates can be updated as frequently as you choose. You know, again, if you choose to update the monthly, you certainly can. To add a new rate, and again, this testing database is currently set up at 1/1/18, but if you wanted to go monthly, then you could come in, update a new rate, next month, fill in your updated rates, and then simply click the update button. And it would apply those rates to any new leases in your portfolio that were added after that effective date. So interest screen is pretty simple. And again, if you do choose to use rates for individual leases that you know they're not going to follow the rules that you've set up for your portfolio-wide settings, then again, you just check that box, and then you can update those rates individually at the lease level. We'll see how that works in a few minutes.
And that's in the FASB module at the lease level?
I'm sorry, Katie?
When you have that option to override at the lease level, that's within the FASB module, correct? Not within AP or portfolio insight?
That's correct. Yeah, this is the discount rate used for the FASB calculation.
If I can keep them all on this.
I don't really want to let.
Yeah.
But it's going to depend on where we end up with our entity classes and who has access to FASB at the end of the day.
All right. NPV cash flows at period. This determines how the system is going to calculate the net present value of payments. The system defaults to advance because that's how, typically most leases your payment is made at the beginning of the period, not at the end of the period. So you can choose whether to set it to advanced or in arrears. And again, much like the interest rate, if you have some leases that do not follow the same rules for the rest of your portfolio, if you check this box, you have the option at the lease level to set up some of your leases for in arrears if your default option is advanced. Okay, the next option is your FASB implementation date. This is pretty simple. This is simply the date at which you are adopting the new standard. So for MedStar, that's 7/1. I'm sorry?
T-minus 3 months away, or 2 months away.
Yeah, 7/1. That's coming up. All right. And most of these options are related to IFRS, but the one that is applicable here is parallel reporting. Parallel reporting, you select that box if you want to see the additional entry when the journal entries are created for the payment out of AMT. So you can set it to, an AP clearing account and then actually make the payment within your ERP system. But if you want to see that payment entry coming out of AMT, then you've got to select this parallel reporting box.
Question for you on that, Tyler.
Yeah, sorry. So we just did the AP workflow. Now obviously when the file goes to AP, journal entries are happening through the AP payment. Is selecting this box creating, I think in the past demos it's been referred to as a debit memo from that when those charges are sent to AP, Like, is this creating the journal entry from the FASB module for those charges?
Yes, so I don't know if Alicia's still in the room. Alicia, do you want to talk about kind of the relationship with AP, using AP and parallel reporting?
Well, from an AP perspective, you don't necessarily get a journal entry. It's not a journal entry that you're getting out of AP.
Correct.
But what I think this allows for is within your journal entry report or something, there's an additional line that would account for the parallel reporting piece that you would based on the payments made through AP. But it's not an actual journal entry that you're getting out of AP. It's just going to be another line item for you to be able to basically report on.
So, like base rent as part of the FASB calculation, obviously that's part of the file that goes to AP, and when it's paid by AP, the journal entry is created. This parallel creates a journal entry for those charges also. I just want to make sure I understand that correctly.
This parallel reporting is going to allow for you to report, it's not going to create, and I don't believe it's going to create a journal entry, because the journal entry that you're getting for FASB is going to go directly with FASB. You're going to get that out of FASB. But what this is going to allow for you to do is report and have parallel reporting, but not an actual, double journal entry.
So I think and this is confusing because there's so many different modules and they don't all talk to each other.
Exactly.
So AP module stands on its own, FASB module stands on the reporting functionality for stands on its own. But I think what they're saying is that if we click this button, we will have a functionality within the reporting module that will show us basically for this lease, here are all of the activity, whether it fed through FASB or it fed through AP. It's going to simulate. It's not going to, it tells you that it's basically going to create a journal entry when the FASB calculation is posted. It's going to simulate a journal entry, but it's not an actual journal entry for the AP piece.
Okay. I got it on the APP. Yeah, it threw me off. It said an additional journal entry. If that is selected, an additional journal entry will be created when FASB calculations are posted.
And but it's not like a true journal entry from my understanding. Like when you look at it, it's more of a reporting piece. That's the way that I was told that piece happens. And so what you could possibly do, Tyler, is for that, I don't know if in Sarah's database she has that already done from the AP side, so you could run the journal entry if you guys are able to process that today and you can see what that looks like.
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure if there are any leases set up with that, but if not, we can definitely send out an example later to give you a better understanding of what it's going to do. Okay. All right. The next box down is the calendaring method. These additional options here are really for retail calendars, and so it's not going to be applicable to MedStar. Proration method has to do with leases where you take control of the asset during the middle of the month. This essentially tells AMT how you want to handle the accounting for that. Do you want to prorate that for the last few days of the month when you take control of the asset before the lease begins, or do you want to do it over equal periods over the life of the lease? So most customers just choose to go ahead and prorate that at the beginning. All right, capitalization thresholds. These determine what your small ticket items are going to be. If you have a lease with a net present value of payments lower than this threshold, then the system will automatically classify that as a small ticket item, and so no journal entries or REU asset will be produced for that lease. So the standard under IASB is $5,000, so that really can't be updated. But this, you simply set a reasonable capitalization threshold. It'll probably be similar to your cap threshold for fixed assets. But again, you can have that conversation with your auditor to determine, what that reasonable threshold is to generate small ticket items.
Going to be applicable for real estate leases, so clearly all of them are going to be larger than $5,000. Maybe applicable for some equipment leases, but frankly, I don't think they're going to end up in the system if they're below that. So I don't think we can leave that at zero, and it's not going to impact anything.
Okay. All right, and then your FASB ISB accrued rollover balance rollover thresholds. This really impacts two things within your system. The first is if you're bringing over any deferred rent balances from 840, then those balances, you can set a threshold. You can tell the system what to do with those. You can either expense them all in the initial period of implementation, or they can be rolled into the ROU calculation, depending on the threshold that you set up. So anything above the threshold will be rolled up into your ROU asset. Anything that is below the threshold will be expensed in the initial period. And then
I think we're expecting this one goes up for what it's worth, Tyler.
I'm sorry, Katie.
We're expecting to roll those into our ROU asset. We've got some pretty large balances. We're not really looking to take a big P&L hit in July.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. And then any adjustments that happen during the lease, what we would call revision 2, something triggers that, like an option being exercised or something. Any adjustments that happen to what they call the FASB adjustment within the schedule, which is the difference between the payment and the straight line that's sitting there in the schedule. Any adjustments that happen, that threshold will also affect that. Those can be immediately expensed during the revision, or they can be rolled up into the asset, into the new ROU calculation after the revision is triggered, based on the threshold that you set here. So it happens pretty much the same way that a rollover balance occurs. All right. Any questions in the client profile before we move on?
Just for the good of the group, this is something that like only 1 or 2 folks at the global sort of super user level would have access to, and we would try and make these general system functions like one, and then we forget about it. But just so you know what could be said at the global level.
Yes. Yep. Okay. The next thing we're going to look at is the master fields management. Okay, so there's 2 things that are FASB related that we're going to look at here. This is where we're going to identify lease versus non-lease components, and then we're also going to identify what options we want to impact the FASB calculation. So the first thing we're going to look at is charge types, and this is how you determine lease versus non-lease components. So these can be set up differently for your 2 contract types, equipment or real estate. So we'll look at equipment first. Here are the charge types that you create within the system, depending on your contracts. And you can select which of those charge types you are going to be capitalized. So base rent is kind of a default one. Any fixed portion of CAM that you've got can also be, you can also flag that if you choose, and any other charge types. If you flag them here, then those are going to impact your FASB calculation, your ROU asset and liability. Any charges that aren't flagged in the system will not impact that, and no journal entries will be produced by AMT for those charges.
And this again is all going to be set up by EPAs at the corporate level. This is where I was talking earlier about like making sure we're defining our charge types and generally educating people on what should be in the FASB calc versus what shouldn't. Because when you set up the lease, you set up each charge on the lease, you're going to have to select from these charge types.
All right. And again, you can set that up differently for real estate than for equipment. If you have different charge types in your in your real estate contracts and your equipment contracts, and you can determine how those affect the FASB calculation here as well. All right, the next thing that we're going to look at is options. So I'm just filtering here. That's how I'm getting to these quickly. I could just scroll through the whole list, but So you will have different option types for real estate and equipment contracts. And here is where I select whether I'm going to include that option type as a potential FASB charge now, or FASB impact on the FASB calculation. A question that comes up pretty regularly is selecting renewals here. Does that mean those are automatically going to be, every lease with a renewal is automatically going to be rolled into the FASB calculation? And the answer is no. Select here simply gives me the option at the lease level to select a renewal to be included in my FASB calculation. So I'll show you in a few minutes where you'll actually, once you're reasonably certain to exercise a renewal option, where you will select that and how it will immediately impact your calculation.
And just for those who are more on the lease admin side, that is basically going to give those the ability on the accounting side to account for the option calculation, but not actually exercise the option. So keep that in mind. That's going to give one half of the team the ability to account for it, but the other half of the team doesn't necessarily need to exercise it.
Well, they do if we're gonna account for it, but.
Yeah, they can do it closer to when the actual renewal needs to take place.
So today for our real estate leases, we don't have any leases where we've made the assumption that we're going to renew, that we are reasonably certain to renew. We will be making that assessment towards the end of existing lease terms as we're trying to figure out what happens. Frankly, we often don't even renew. We end up negotiating a whole new contract, so it's a little bit of a different animal.
Renewal, okay.
But when this is saying, okay, are we giving the option in the accounting module to say, okay, you know what? I'm 6 months out, I am reasonably certain to renew at this point, I'm gonna click this button, and then at that point, it's gonna rerun all the math on the lease, and assume, say, the 5-year renewal, we're gonna add 5 years to our payment stream, and that bigger number is gonna go on our balance sheet. So we're gonna need to stay pretty well connected on these guys.
Yeah, it was originally intended for clients that, we do have certain clients, a couple of them that I've worked with where they are reasonably certain and they go ahead and select all of their options, even though they're not exercising them, they select them out for 35 years.
Okay, so it's not just the next renewal option, it's
They
all
all
of the options.
as part of their lease administration, we needed to make a way for them to be able to say, don't exercise the option, but we are reasonably certain we're gonna exercise every single option up to 35 years. And so they go in and select it every time they add an option at the beginning of inception, and that way it's automatically calculated in their RU.
What's the downside to selecting it, assuming you are gonna renew and you don't renew?
Our balance sheet is gonna be wrong. We'll have to go back in and unrenew it for accounting purposes. So I would say, I mean, honestly, today, we wouldn't be making this assessment until you send me an email and you say, hey, I've got this renewal, run the PB test, right? At that point, unless something blows up, it usually doesn't go backwards.
Correct.
But it would be sort of at that same point in the process where, like, you know, we've made a decision, we've looked at the economics, you know, from a business perspective, we're moving forward, and then it's just getting
At the very beginning,
no, it's
into the term.
if we continue under our current process, correct, we would say, you know, our terms are terms at the get-go, and then unless we're making a huge investment in the space, such as kiosk or something like that, then we consider it differently at the inception of the lease, but.
I think, you know, typically those are your larger ones, those decisions are made up front because of the negotiation.
Correct. Right, and we haven't had a big one like that in a while.
Director's saying typically, like, say, a 4,000 Connecticut, you're making the assumption up front that they're going to renew just because the investment is made in the building?
Well, we haven't made that assumption today, but on larger leases going forward, we would, like, if the business is making the argument, you know what, like, if we don't stay in this building for both our initial 5-year term and our next 5-year renewal term, then we're not gonna get the ROI we want, and we might need to make a different accounting decision. Thank you. But today, we have not made that assumption on any of our ongoing, even large acts.
Just say it's more for the clinic.
It isn't an accounting decision, but we need to know the business logic. Yeah. Sorry, we
Okay.
digress.
No, that's okay. Yeah, ultimately it'll be up to you, you know, how conservative in your approach you choose to be. You know, obviously the example that Alicia gave was an extremely conservative approach, you know, to options. So I'm sure you'll probably fall somewhere on that spectrum in the middle. So, all right. And then the last thing here is obviously again you can segregate that differently for equipment contracts and contracts. So any questions about options or charge types? Okay. Let's move on to accounting setup. So accounting setup, like we said earlier, we can skip over this first screen. This is the client calendar screen where you'd set up any kind of exotic calendaring method, but that's not applicable here. Chart of accounts, pretty simple. This is where you define your chart of accounts, assuming you only have one. Some clients have multiple, but that's not the case for you guys. After you define that, then you add your GL accounts on this screen. Select the chart of accounts that you've defined previously and enter the account numbers that you're going to be using under that chart of accounts. So this is where you enter any expense accounts that you're going to be using for your different charge types. This is also where the AP module pulls account numbers from as well. And then of course any of your new ROU asset and lease liability accounts will live here as well. The department allocation screen was originally built for the AP module, and we've had a lot of discussion about that. This is where those allocations are defined to use in the AP module, and they can also be used in the FASB module for your GL string. It was specifically made for AP, but we are able to pull that data also to build into your GL string if you have complex business unit and department combinations, which you guys know. So.
Tyler, did we get the answer, and I don't want to tackle this right now, but did we get the answer on whether that also allocates the balance sheet side of it versus just the P&L side?
Good question. Yeah, I need to follow up with you on that. I haven't gotten one yet. I've got a question out to development about what that looks like, but I'll try to get an answer for you today on that. Hopefully by our QA session today, I'll try to have an answer for you.
We're hoping we don't have to allocate the balance sheet too, but just wanted to understand if that's the default or not. Yeah.
Okay. All right, and the last thing here we're going to look at is journal entry mapping. So once we've defined our chart of accounts, we've put on our account numbers, this is how we actually tell AMT how to produce journal entries, what accounts to record, these different components from the FASB schedule, where do they get recorded. So this is set up two ways. First, by contract type, so you set it up by real estate and by equipment. And then within each contract type, all of your FASB charges that you previously flagged under Master Fields Management are each mapped individually. So these accounts are pretty much the same across the board. You've got your ROU accounts, your liability accounts. Those don't really change from mapping different types of contracts. Really, the only thing that really changes is the expense account that you use. Everything else is pretty much standard across the board.
And remind me, Tyler, do we set this up just at the contract type level, or as we enter new leases, do we need to map the entries for each new lease in the FASB module?
No, unless you're planning for that new lease to use, to go to a different expense account. That would be the only reason that you would need to do mapping if you added a new lease. And in that case, you would actually have to create a different charge type for that lease if you wanted it to hit a different expense account. So yeah, that's the only scenario.
As long as we have our charge types that we want set up and it's the right contract type, it should just be sort of defaulted within the system once we set it up once.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, once you put the lease in the system and put the correct charge types within, it would automatically use the mapping for that charge type previously set up. So if you're adding, a new real estate lease and it's just base rent, then it's going to use this previously established real estate base rent mapping for that new lease. So if you've got a new lease and you said, hey, we want this to hit a new expense account, you would have to create base rent 1, base rent X, whatever, and add in that charge type to the lease when you put it in the system, then map it to the new expense account that you would want. So you could essentially copy over the mapping from the regular base rent and then just update the expense account that you wanted it to hit instead of your standard account.
Okay. I know it sounds really simple, but I know as we've been playing with our data for upload, we've had to create a lot of different charge types because we've had repeat transactions and things that we just needed to flag for, okay, let's look at this in testing. So not sure who will be involved in the conversation in testing, but we're going to have to review a lot of different charge types and figure out where they really belong in the grand scheme of things in the testing environment.
Sure.
Oftentimes you'll have multiple rent streams, you'll have multiple CAM streams, and then you might have real estate taxes only assessed to one of them. I don't even know why that occurs, but yeah, and that's been a problem in terms of forecasting as well.
Exactly.
Multiple rent streams and where they.
Now, are your rent streams different because it's a completely different,
Amendments,
like
an
multiple
amendment.
suites or amendments for the same property. So it's different leases, but all the same property.
Because a master lease might be one rent stream, and your First Amendment might be another rent stream. So every time there's an amendment, a new rent stream is added, and a new CAM stream.
The way that our system works, the only time you're gonna have that issue is if you're trying to double up on the same existing space. Because our system is gonna be based on space.
The suite level.
Yeah, so unless you have 2 base rents for 1 suite, that's the only time you're gonna have that problem. Because our system is capable of dictating based on the suite level what the BRN charge should be. So you generally should be using the same charge type for every single suite.
I think it's going to be easy to set up on a go-forward basis. I think getting the data from HarborFlex and all the historical data is where we're going to have to make sure we get it right in the.
Yeah, and I would like to do it by suite address, suite A, B, or C, but also by the square footage, because we know by the square footage.
Mhm.
And then suite E and F, whatever, is 15,150.
Yeah.
And that just helps, all the way around.
Yeah, like I said, going forward, that's not gonna be the case with the system, because your charges are gonna be directly linked to the suite itself, and you can
It doesn't matter what the lease is, because the lease often clumps multiple, challenging.
Kim, it might be good to pick an example lease, maybe not the most complicated one,
It's
but.
really only White Marsh, honestly.
Okay.
It's the most difficult
So
one.
maybe we look at White Marsh in the testing environment.
Yeah, I think.
All of them are 80/10.
80/10, 80/94 are the most challenging.
I'm not surprised.
All right.
Sorry, Tyler, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Any other questions on journal entry mapping or other accounting setup questions? Okay. Here, we're going to jump into the FASB IASB Manager screen. And this is where the calculation for the ROU asset and liability happens. So we're going to start here in the revision screen. And I'm going to select the lease. And you can see general lease information here. It's classified as an operating lease. There is a revision for every FASB charge type that this lease included. So if we did have, let's say, CAM fixed for this lease, there would be an additional revision here that would have related to the fixed portion of CAM that would also be impacting the ROU asset. You can see your start and end date here, space, and your revision is of course always going to be revision 1. This is the establishment of the ROU asset and liability. But if you ever exercise an option or you amend the lease within the system, it's going to generate a second revision. So let's go ahead and open up that revision, which we can edit.
So even the first time you put something in, it's still called a revision, even though it's.
So all of them are gonna say revision 1.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, during the establishment of the ROU asset and liability in the system, that's always going to be revision 1, and then revision 2 would happen with any changes to the lease subsequent to that. So including selecting an option, amending the lease, payment stream, anything like that. All right, at the top, there's some general information. There's the location that you set up, the name of the lease, the space start and end date, which is historical data, the revision number, and the revision date. So it's for your existing portfolio, your revision date will match your FASB start date, which is your implementation date. So for you, for your initial portfolio, you will see 7/1/2019 living both here and here. And then your FASB end date, it should also match your space end date. So your number of periods is calculated. It's 27 for this lease. Charge type, the calendaring method. You scroll down a little bit. Here's where your lease classification lives. Previously on the client profile, we established these thresholds of 90 and 75. Again, these are customizable, but they do default to the previous Brightline numbers from the former leasing standard. The 5 tests here for lease classification. Here's where they live. Does property transfer ownership at the end of the lease? This is a box that you check. You can update it here at the revision screen. This can also be uploaded to the system via a template that you guys have seen and we've talked about, the revisions assumptions template. So you don't have to come into every screen and every box and check these manually. Those can be uploaded all at once. A bargain purchase option that is selected here. Again, this is a field that you select. And option number 5, the specialized nature of the asset, you also select this here. These 2 boxes are grayed out because they are calculated fields. And the calculation happens using the net present value of payments and the information up here that also has to be populated by you. So similar to these yes or no questions, these can also, this information can also be uploaded using the revisions template. You don't have to come into this particular screen for every lease and fill in the fair market value. But that's obviously a determination that you make. So you fair market values here, any residual value that's guaranteed in the contract lives here, and then the useful life of the asset lives here. So you'll notice if I do put in an amount in the fair market value, say I put in an amount of $80,000, I update that, the net present value of payments does meet or exceed 90% of the fair market value, which updates this test to a yes, which changes my lease classification to financing. If any of these answers are yes, then it's going to flip my classification from operating to financing.
Tyler, is there any control? So I noticed there that when the number was 0, and I think I've asked about this before, but just for the good of the group, when it's 0, it says no. And to me, that means that your analysis is not complete because you haven't put a fair market value in there, right, to account for that test. Is there anything that keeps you from leaving this screen if you haven't populated that fair market value number to something other than 0?
I think that kind of is related to the question about setting up fields to be required fields. As you can see, there are required fields at kind of every screen within the AMT, but fair market value is not one of those required fields. So I'm certain there's a report that you could run to see if any of your leases within the system, return a fair market value of 0, same for useful life. I think, a lot of your portfolio would return a residual value of 0 because those probably aren't built into many of your contracts, but you could run a report to see if anything returns a fair market value or useful life of 0. But as far as like validating within this screen before it allows you, you know, to update that information, there is no way to, you know, for it to flag that as a required field.
Was there a way though to make that, so instead of defaulting to 0, make it default to $1 or something like that?
There is, yes. So if you, when you fill out your revisions assumptions template, if you choose to, you can enter $1 into the column, into every column for that fair market value. And if you do that, then when you open the revision screen after that revisions template has been uploaded, then it will display $1 for all of your leases. Now, what that's going to do is...
I was thinking more on an ongoing basis, not for the upload.
No, as far as I know, there's no way to do that outside of your initial portfolio. That would simply be, you know, an internal control, you know, that you guys would have to implement when, you know, when uploading new leases.
So this is going to be important for our accounting review and approval process, right? Because this basically is going to default to an operating lease, which is great if it is an operating lease, but if it's not an operating lease, we need to have a process for populating that fair market value box, which we're going to have to build regardless, but just thinking about that for both real estate and equipment leases.
All right, the last thing that we want to look at in this section of the screen is the net present value of payments. If you do wish to see how this NPV is calculated, which is obviously a really important number because it affects your liability and assets that can be recorded. So if you click on that, you can see here's your payment and you can see the present value factor based on the interest rate for this lease, and you can see how this is established. So this is also the screen at which you can override your cash flows at period, switch it from advance to in arrears or vice versa, depending on how your portfolio was established. All right, moving down, here is the amount to be capitalized section. So this is where you flag options once you reach that point, as we talked about previously, where you are reasonably certain to exercise that option. This is where that happens. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. If you kind of keep an eye on what's going on, here's the NPV of payments. It's currently sitting at $77,000. But if I exercise this renewal option, then the system's going to update that calculation and include both the updated term of the lease and it's going to include those new payments in my NPV of payments up here.
But we would never want to be making that decision without staying connected with the real estate team on whether we've actually started exploring that from a business perspective.
And of course, that update here is going to flow down into your total period payments, and then it's going to impact your RAU liability. All right, so I'm going to uncheck that for now while we go and take a look at the schedule.
So this system is basically going to replace what I do today. I mean, I'm still going to be involved and I'm still going to do it, but I'm not going to have an Excel template. We're going to have like a screenshot out of the system that says it's an operating lease, it passes.
All right.
I think it's going to have to be outlined. We can probably store it at the lease level in the documents. Okay.
All right. So moving down, we've talked a little bit about service rent previously, but if you did have any leases where it was a net lease and you wanted to back out a percentage of that or a fixed amount or a percentage out of those payments to not include them in your RU calculation because those were for CAM or for insurance or taxes, then this is where you could actually back it out at the individual lease level. So if you, in this example, we've got it set up for 50% of the payments that you make are going to be related to CAM and insurance and taxes. So by removing that amount, here your total period payments and your cost to be capitalized is after that service rent is removed.
And our plan is to elect the component election, which sounds really confusing and is nonsense probably to most people in this room, but we're not likely to be using this. We're basically going to assume if our payment is $100,000 a month, that's the amount that's going to feed what goes onto our balance sheet.
Okay, perfect. All right, then your lease liability and ROU calculations. You can see here, this is the rate term that this lease is using. This is the client interest rate. This is the rate that's currently being pulled over from the client profile based on the term of the lease. So based on this lease, it is pulling over 2% from the client profile. But here's where you have the option to override that at the lease level. So Katie, you mentioned earlier that you would likely be using different interest rates for your equipment and real estate. If you chose not to segment those in the client profile, then this is where you would update those interest rates for those particular leases. And you can see here the rate that's being used in the MPV calculation up here is 1 because we are currently overriding the rate that's being pulled from the system. So if I remove that and update the calculation, then it's going to be using that 2% rate, which is the default rate in the client profile.
Does your interest rate term there default to the term of the lease?
That's correct.
Or do you have to?
Yeah, that's correct. So you can actually manually select the different rate that you've previously set up if you choose to override it that way as well. All right. Here's the calculation of the lease liability and the ROU base asset. This corresponds directly to the MPV of payments. Here, any adjustments to the ROU asset. So any prepayments that you may have made would, or initial direct costs would increase the asset, and then any lease incentives are going to decrease the asset. So in this example, we have an ROU, or we have a landlord allowance, and so our net balance of the ROU asset is $76,000, which is $1,000 lower than the base asset.
Does that landlord allowance there feed over from what gets input in the portfolio insight module?
It does not. So that is for reporting purposes, lease administration purposes only. This does not pull from that screen. So these are really two different fields. That's really just for lease administration purposes. This is for FASB purposes. So any incentives have to be entered either here or on the revisions assumption template and uploaded for your initial portfolio.
So even if it's put in contract workflow as an example, we would still have to put any TI allowances into the FASB module separately?
I am pretty sure that's correct. Alicia, I'm not sure if you can confirm that, but it's my understanding that those amounts put in Portfolio Insight are again just for lease admin purposes and do not impact the FASB module.
So landlord allowances. So say the landlord's going to give us $100,000 to build out a space. We need to account for that, but we also need it in there for administration purposes. They can track down the landlord, so whatever they owe us, right? If you put it in Portfolio Insight, which I assume there's a widget or someplace that you can put it in Portfolio Insight, is there a way to have that feed the FASB module, or do we essentially need to make sure it's input in two different places?
You're gonna need to do two different places, because what's gonna happen is if you account for the allowance to be a FASB charge, you're gonna have two different schedules. You're gonna have one for the base rent and then one for the allowance. This is going to allow you to account for it all within the same exact charge, well, against the BRT charge.
All right, I was writing things down and I didn't catch that last part. So this will net it in the base rent charge, basically, if we don't keep it as a separate charge type, but if we wanted to keep it as a separate charge
You
type.
can still keep it as a separate charge type, just don't make the charge type of that charge. Which is, I think, Tyler, correct me if I'm wrong, how some of our clients are doing it is they're taking it within the base rent. They're taking that, TIA allowance and netting it within the base rent charge and putting in the TIA allowance on the lease administration side to account for it within the actual lease itself. But they don't want to schedule for it.
That's correct, yeah. If you put it in as its own charge type, you're going to get a separate FASB schedule, and it's also going to discount it. But by putting it here at the revision screen, it nets it directly to the lease, which is, I think, the preferred methodology for all of my clients, and I think most of ours in general.
So for our existing leases, though, where we've already been amortizing a tenant improvement allowance, is this the allowance at the inception of the lease, or is that the amount that would be on our books today?
I'm going to defer to somebody who's a little more technical with that. Tyler, that's a you question?
Yeah. Hold on, guys.
Is that
Give me
something
1
we
second,
circle
please.
back on?
Probably have somebody right there.
Okay, sorry about that. So it would be the net amount at the time of your implementation.
Okay.
All right. And then the last thing is your accrued beginning balance. Again, we talked about this earlier. This is the deferred rent we'll be bringing over under 840. That amount is recorded here, and depending on how you set up the client profile, the system determines what to do with that amount. I think you said you were just going to set that at 0 and roll over every all amounts into your ROU asset and liability for your deferred rent amounts.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
We only straight line our larger leases today, so there's nothing that's really gonna be below a de minimis threshold that we would be comfortable sort of allowing to hit the P&L at implementation. That's the current plan. We've got some accounting advisory folks helping us with implementations. I don't know if they'll advise otherwise as we move forward, but.
Okay. All right. So the next thing we're going to look at is the FASB schedule, and we'll see how all this actually impacts your calculation. All right, so I'm going to click on this to open the schedule for this charge type. All right, here's the FASB schedule. All right, the section in gray is just related to the general lease information. You can see period 0 is the establishment of the ROU asset and liability. This is your starting balances. Right. Whoops. Okay, sorry about that. First section here is the cost to be capitalized. Any service deduction that you put in would be removed here. The section in orange is the lease liability.
So basically our amortization.
Go ahead.
I was just saying this is basically the amortization schedules that we do manually today in Excel.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, this should match, what you're currently, be similar to what you're currently using. All right, in the ROU asset calculation, this is where you see the impact of any additional components that we looked at earlier in the revision screen. So here's that $1,000 landlord allowance. Here's the amortization of that. The ending balance, period by period. Here is where your deferred rent is going to be brought over as a rollover balance, amortization of that, and the cumulative effect. And then here is the total asset after removing any additional components. Amortization of the asset, the accumulated amortization. and then the ending balance of those, and then finally here's your expense calculation. So you can see up top, there's some other general lease information, including the interest rate, the number of periods, and this also gives you the ability to see this lease, to see what the schedule would look like as both an operating or as a financing lease, or you can put them side by side and see both. What the calculation would look like if this was a financing lease, you can flip it to that. Just give you some more information about trying to make business decisions based on the terms of the lease. All right, any questions about the revision screen or the FASB schedule?
You can export that into Excel, right, if you wanted to kind of play around with it, or?
That's correct. Yes, that is correct. So these buttons up here, you can export to either a CSV file or to an Excel file. All right. And the last screen that we're going to look at today is the Process FASB IASB. So this is where you'll actually go every month to post your journal entries. Starting from the top, you can filter by expense or income type leases, post by lease status, active and inactive, and then this won't be applicable to you, but you can also sort with currency as well. You can post your entire portfolio, or you can split it into equipment and real estate. And then you can also filter with the groupings that you've previously set up. So in the example that we're using today, let's say if you wanted to filter by location type, you could filter, I want to post just my office buildings. And I want to post only offices within the state of New York. All right, you can also use the lease filters, and using this last button here, you can actually filter all the way down to the individual lease level. So if you want to need to post one lease within the system, you can, the lease that we previously looked at was Ventura. If I want to post just the Ventura lease, I can filter to it and select that individual lease, and then my posting will only be for the Ventura lease.
So we have,
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
I was just gonna say, we have like 150 or the 350 AP, how many AP leases do we have? 350. I was mixing up AR and AP. So if we have 350 leases that we need to post journal entries for on a monthly basis.
Mm-hmm.
I know you said that some clients had some challenges with the volume of leases. Is 350 something that we're going to have to break down smaller, or is 350 your reasonable batch, or?
I mean, honestly, that's probably pretty average at this point. You know, we've got some that have 14,000 leases. I'd have to ask around to some of my colleagues at what the largest portfolio someone posted at one time has been, but obviously the time to process will be directly related to the number of leases that you're processing at one time. So, but by the time AMT has made strides, in getting new networking equipment in order to increase the speed at which our clients can post journal entries. So, yeah, I wouldn't. Do you anticipate posting the entire portfolio at one time, or will you be filtering based on any of your groupings?
So Katie, that was expense leases you mentioned, or AP leases, but equipment will be part of this too. Not that that's a large number, but it would be all combined. I think we were trying to find out if we needed to break it down, or we would do one. Yeah.
I mean, in that case, I think the easiest way and most logical way for us to do it would be to do it all at once, unless there's like one-off exceptions that need to be handled separately. But to Dave's point, we were trying to understand if we needed to think about different ways we could break that down. And I think that question kind of applies on the AP side too. Like, can AP handle
AP can handle it.
Okay.
Yes, the FASB side is a little different because we're talking about different servers, we're talking about different batch processes. The AP side is kind of tried and true, we've had that for a while, and so that process is pretty streamlined.
Yeah, so it's really kind of a twofold answer because we're talking about what's going on today on April 1st versus, what's going to be going on August, the first week of August when you guys are going to be posting your July journal entries. So, there's I know that they have plans to continue, upgrading the speed and things like that to make it easier and more efficient for clients to post journal entries. So, there's my guess is by the time August rolls around, you're not going to have any issues whatsoever by posting your entire portfolio if that's what you choose to do.
I think the other thing, Katie, that was part of that is since there weren't required input fields, just reviewing, but I think that could still take place at a consolidated level.
All right, you were breaking up a little bit. I'm sorry, was that a question for me or was that an internal comment?
Internal comment, just making sure that we're, given that we can't make those allocations required fields, making sure that we have a review process to make sure everything's going where we expect it to be.
Gotcha. Okay.
But should be handled in testing for the existing leases, but for new leases, we'll have to tackle it as we go.
Yeah. All right. So once you've established the filters, which you want to use to post your entries, then you can enter the period. Guys, it will be 7/2019. The system defaults to a no for this post-batch question. And the reason for that is because it wants you to have the opportunity to review the output. So once you enter in the period that you're going to be posting for, you click Generate Report, and that is going to begin processing the journal entries. Ultimately, it gives you the opportunity to export that file. Once it's done processing, you can review it and make sure that the output is what you're expecting, review it, and then at that time, you can choose to post that batch, assuming it is correct, and then name the batch. So we, of course, recommend using a consistent naming convention for the way that you post batches, and that'll depend on how you filter them, so that's a determination that you guys can make, but it'll certainly be easier when you're going to, because your batch history is all going to be contained right here. So if you need to go back and review some of your previously posted entries, naming them with a consistent convention is going to make it a lot easier to go back and review some of your historical postings. So,
Tyler, just to make sure I understand this, doing this, creating this journal entry and selecting yes to post it, basically any charge type that's part of the FASB calculation, it'll create a journal entry for that, correct?
That is correct, yeah, based on that FASB schedule and revision screen that we previously looked at. That's correct.
Okay, so then any charges not part of the FASB calculation would just, when it gets paid by our AP system, would then get recorded. Okay.
Yeah, and it's all gonna be based on whatever you selected for a charge type. So if you have 15 charges on a lease, but only the base rent is the only one that you selected your FASB to include in your FASB calculation, then anything put into that charge would be included, everything else would be excluded. But it will be picked up on the AP side for the payment. Since that's where our modules kind of run independently.
Yeah. Okay.
And that rule applies to both the initial recording of the RU asset and liability as well as the monthly journal entries thereafter. All right. Any other questions about posting journal entries? Okay, well, we have our Q&A this afternoon, so I know you guys have a break for about an hour for lunch, and there will be lots of discussions about what we've talked about this morning and today. So I look forward to meeting back with you guys at 3:15 and hearing any additional questions you might have.
And in the meantime, Tyler, you were going to track down the answer on that balance sheet allocation question, as well as maybe send us an example on the parallel reporting thing?
Yes, yeah, I will try to get an answer on both of those, and have it for you at our 3:15 meeting today.
Awesome.
And Tyler, I think Sarah has an example.
Okay, I'll get with her right on time.
All right, thanks, Tyler.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I'll talk to you in a few hours.
All righty.
Enjoy your lunch.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
I'm not, folks on the phone, should we leave it on or end it and start it again?
I'm going to pause the recording, just please remind me to,
Yeah.
please remind me to
Katie, I can hear you, Meredith.
Okay, all right, so we got Meredith, we got, who else is on the line right now? Anybody?
Amanda from PSG.
Okay. Do we have Chelsea on the line again, or I guess we're okay? Bless you. All right, we want to get going?
All righty. So now we get into reports. So before I bring everyone into reports, keep in mind that in order to truly understand how to build reports, you have to understand the system. You do have to understand the flow of leases. You have to understand how do you put something into the system, because how you put it in is how you're going to have to build it in Report Builder. Our Report Builder is a relationship report builder, just like our database. So if you don't understand the relationships on the back end, it's going to be hard for you to build reports. So there's a couple different options in Report Builder. The first thing you have is AMT standard reports. If you see these reports, you are running them at your own pace, at your own risk. Those are our old Crystal reports. We no longer train to AMT standard reports. If you guys do see them, I tend to tell most clients during security training how to lock that down for any one user so they don't even see it anymore, just because if you go in there, you run a report, you get attached to it, what's going to happen is, one, we're not updating them. So if you see something that is incorrect, it's just incorrect. And then two, you may come in one day, you may love a report in there, come in one day, and then the report's not there because we've gotten rid of it. So I will say that, you know, if you go in there and you like reports in there, just know that they will not be there forever. Well, I don't know what your security is like in terms of IT, but I'll have a lot of clients that they can't even run Crystal reports because of the security risk. So you might want to check with your IT. You may not even be able to run the reports anyways.
So what is there for standard, is there any standard reporting at all?
Yeah, just not those standard reports.
So I don't know why we wouldn't be just cutting those out from view right away.
I have some clients, for some strange reason, they still keep it open for their users, and there are reports in there that I have older clients, certain reports that we're not going to delete, but some of our older clients will use some reports in there, and some other clients do like them, but we're slowly migrating them out.
There's quite a bit of functionality, right, that they've sort of like turned off or are phasing out that just has not been completely done yet. So it's unfortunate because it's, you know, but I think as we build our processes, if we tell people the right places to go,
Or don't give them access.
or just don't give them access to those things. So can we control access to the Crystal report?
You can completely completely lock that down.
So we can figure out how to turn that off and make sure nobody sees it so that they're not gonna get cited.
I mean, ideally, it would be great if there were some sort of, you know, MedStar filter or approved, you know, reports that are there, so you're not gonna start building on something that's gonna disappear.
Yeah, and in that one,
I get that.
yeah, and in that one, you kind of really can't build those, but you can run. So that's the bigger thing, that you can run those reports.
So let's just step back for a second. Let's say we didn't use those, but there are certain reports that we know that we're going to want. So we're going to create new reports. These are the MedStar 1 through 10 reports that we're going to create. Can those somehow be identified as MedStar-driven reports?
You have a whole folder that anyone can get into and be able to run the report.
Will you be able to kind of show us what that will look like?
Oh yeah, that's a part of the report folder. That's part of what we're gonna go over today.
Kind of what the next 2 hours are all about.
All right, the next thing you have is compliance manager. Again, that's probably something that many of you may not see when you get your access into the system. Or if you do see it, you may just not be able to do anything in there. It is the audit trail of the system. So for those who do have access more on the security, that's going to give you the ability to see, who did what at what point in time and what did they change. Now, we'll tell you for compliance manager, it is on-screen auditing, so there is no actual report to it. So you can't go in there and say, oh, okay, I want to see, this user and all the changes that they made between this point and this point, and I want to report. You can get all that, the beginning of that, but you cannot get the actual, like a PDF report or an Excel report. It's going to be on-screen only. Query manager, you don't even have to worry about that. That'll actually be shut down. It's just on in my database. It's on the global in here. Then you have report builder and you have scheduling and distribution. So report builder is going to be your main reporting avenue. Scheduling and distribution is going to be if at any point in time you feel that there are some reports that you like, you want them being sent out to everybody on the team every Monday morning at 8 a.m. Scheduling and distribution is going to do that for you. It's going to allow you to automate reports going out to distribution groups. All right, we're going to get into report builder now. Report builder does take a second to open the first time around, so just keep that in mind. When you generally launch it, it can take anywhere from 90 to like 120 seconds for it to open, so don't get alarmed if it's a little slower than some of the other modules in the system. All right, so once report builder actually does open, this is what it looks like for any one user in the system. Of course, on the left-hand side, you have a panel, and we'll get into that panel in a second, but you first land on this getting started. So it kind of gives you some high-level information. It's going to, tell you certain things that you should do in report builder. Two main things to take note of on this page is generally these functionality pieces down here. You have the Knowledge Center link, and you have help at amtdirect.com. The Knowledge Center link is going to be where if you need written information on anything that we've discussed, anything that we've gone over, you're going to use the Knowledge Center to go ahead and find that information. That's where all of our documentation is. It's all keyword searchable, so you can literally type in one keyword and you'll pull up articles upon articles of material for that particular aspect. So that is going to be the same as when you go help here, Knowledge Center, same two links. Now the other link, help at amtdirect.com. I'm pretty sure if you guys are all going to be going through your PSG team, you're probably not going to use that as much. They're going to be the ones who are going to use that. And essentially what that does is that opens up post-production. So when you guys are done in your live, they're going to use that in case they need to get in touch with our product support team. What that does is that opens up a ticket with product support. And essentially they would go ahead and work that case through with our product support team until it's resolved. All right, now on the left-hand side here, browse reports, default to browse reports anytime you open up report builder. That is the default of the system. The first thing you have is the ability to search. And so what that does is that allows you to search report names. So you can keyword search any report names if you know them by heart. Again, I generally see more people using that search functionality once they get good with, knowing the types of reports that they'd like to run. And the reason why I say know the reports that you like to run is because we have over 200 and it's close to that. Yeah, it's like over 280. I know the last time I checked it was over 280 reports that we have available in the system. Those are reports that we build. We give them access to all of our clients. And so there's a massive amount of reports in here. So keep that in mind that, generally you're not going to use that search functionality until you start to know what those report names are. There's a ton of them. All right, now under that, you're going to see 3 folders. So this is how it's going to look for any one particular person in the system. You're going to have 3 folders. It's going to be in alphabetical order based on your name or based on the names of the folders. So you're always going to have a report folder that is your report folder, so it's going to have your name. That's a personal folder. Then you're going to have an AMT Direct report folder, and you're going to have a company report folder. So in your case, you're going to see your name, AMT Direct, and then you're going to see a MedStar folder. So I'm going to start off with how I see it here. The first thing is my personal folder. You can see it says Alicia Rezendes reports. If I expand, and you'll notice I can select, and then I can use the expand options. It's going to show me any reports that I have in my personal folder. One thing to know about the personal folders, those reports are your reports and your reports alone. We cannot access those reports. So if you are working anything where you're like, hey, I'm having trouble with a report, it's in your folder, nobody has access to it. AMT does not have access to it, your administrators do not have access to it. So
this is reports that you personally have built. It's not like your favorite reports or something like that.
no, this is going to be reports that you've been building or you duplicated out and you really like it and want to use it. If you put it in your own folder, nobody else has access to it.
Could you give access to, like, if I created a report that was just snazzy and awesome and I wanted to share it with General County, could I send it to them?
Yeah, there's going to be 2 ways. You can either email it to them or you can do what we call a download upload process where you download the report file in its native format and then you send it and they upload it into their own folder.
So you could send it, but you couldn't be like, here, if you want to run this next month.
Only if you want to put it in the company folder.
Okay.
So in your company folder, that's going to be access to all reports. That's for everybody to go in there and run whatever reports are in there.
Can anyone save a report to the company folder? If you have the right access.
If you have the access, yes. We try to get clients to understand that when you're dealing with your company folder, try to keep it as clean as possible. I have clients that have gone through and some that are still going through a process cleanup. And it is a long process because if you've been with us, I have one client who is doing it. They're a really big client and they've been with us for years. They had to go through every single report, look at what the data points were, what the filters were they still using it? They had to have us pull reports on how many times those reports were running to figure out whether or not they needed to keep the report because they were naming clients their users were going in there and labeling reports the same name. So they had no clue who was doing what. And I will tell you, from a report builder standpoint, it isn't an audit trail. So there's not you created that report and then you last modified it, there's nothing to go off of. So pretty much if you put a report in there and it looks the same as something else, there's no way on the front end for you to look at it and say, oh, so-and-so did this at this point in time and this is what they pulled. There is none of that. So keep that in mind that folder management is going to be extremely important in Report Builder.
Could you restrict access to the company folder and just have people can make their own reports, but they can't save out to the company folder?
Yes and no. It's one of those fields that's kind of like an all or nothing, which is either you give them access to be able to create their own reports, but then that also gives them access to the company folder, or you don't. Now, I have seen with a couple of clients, they have worked with us to get it to a point where all of the company reports, there's like, I think 2 people on their staff, and actually they are another healthcare client, there's 2 people on their staff where they're the ones who have access to that folder, but for everybody else, that entire company folder is a locked folder. So all of the reports in there are completely locked. You can only run them, but any edits that need to be made end up going through one person. Now, I will say that was custom, and it was done specifically for them. So if that's something that you're interested in, I would say talk to Lindsay sooner rather than later and see what the efforts would be to get that same type of situation.
I know we have, lots of funky queries and people thought that we probably wish we had a better management process around that. So I think to the extent that we can put a box around this stuff, either by limiting users to a very small number of people or creating this lockdown thing.
All right. So you'll see under that, I have the AMT Direct Academy report. So this is my company folder. I'm going to skip over that for now. And then you're going to see here is the AMT Direct report. So when you expand that particular folder, you're gonna run into all those subfolders that you're seeing are gonna closely match the modules you have access to. Because that's how we, define all of our reports, is we put them in report folders, we subfolder them. We have a very clean system of how our reports look. They are going to correspond to the module down to the widget that you should actually be looking at. So you'll see you have portfolio insights in this particular database. Again, it's going to look a little different based on what you guys have turned on in the MedStar database. But in this database, we have access to everything. So you'll see that we have portfolio insights, accounting reports, facilities, projects, security, and dashboard reports. Now, for any one of these folders, I can expand by that particular subfolder, and then it's going to break it down even further. So now I'm looking at reports that are based on portfolio insights. So they're going to be anything dealing with properties, anything dealing with your suite. So just think of, portfolio insight as a drop-down. Everything you can do in there, there's a report folder for it. It even gives you things like, event notification reports, forecast reports, data exports. So all of those things that have to deal with the portfolio insight piece of the system, that's how we're going to break those reports down.
And the portfolio insight is, like, if you were looking for sort of some AP related stuff, would that be the module that you'd be looking at?
Yep. So think of, if you're dealing with AP and you want to get like a batch export, you're going to go to AP. If you're looking to get something like how many properties do I have in the system, I'm going to go to portfolio insight, because that's where I'm putting that information in the system. So that's why I said it's kind of knowing where things go in the system is going to help better prepare you to navigate this.
So I guess, sorry, go ahead.
So for example, lease reports are going to be all reports pertaining to the lease,
i.e. critical date reports.
Depends on how you'd like to look at critical dates. You have event notification reports that deal with critical dates, and then you have reports that can be used as critical date reports. They will not say critical date, I will tell you that.
Might be good as we're going through this to write down a couple of, like, your go-to Harbor Flex reports, so we can see what.
Alrighty, so again, you can see for each one of these, I can expand by that particular subfolder, and then it's going to actually give me the reports that are contained in that particular folder. So if I'm looking at property reports, these are all the reports that I can run, and you can see at this point, they kind of closely mirror the widgets in which you would put this information into. So a building list it's going to give me just that. It's going to give me a list of all of the properties in the system. If I run, a mortgage report, it's going to give me a list of all of the properties in which I filled out that mortgage information. It's going to run that for me against my portfolio as a whole. Now, you'll see for any one, if you select them, I want to say about 80-ish, and I'm going to make this bigger, about 80% of our reports have some sort of report description. We try to be diligent and making sure that we include them in on all of the reports that we build to make it a little bit easier on you to determine what that report is technically pulling. So the majority of them have them. I will tell you, for those who are looking at FASB reports, that's falling in that 20%. It's just not one of the things that they're focusing on because they're making so many updates to the FASB report. So keep in mind that you'll have the reports there, but they won't have report descriptions for most of the FASB reports. But you can see if you select any one of the reports, down here at the bottom, it's going to tell you exactly what's contained in that report. Fields, filters, sort. So you can see exactly how we built it and the information or the data points that it's capturing if you were to run this type of report. All right, so you can see for this report, anything in the AMT direct report, notice by all of them, there is a lock symbol, meaning you cannot make edits to this report. Not saying that you can't edit the report, you can't do it in this folder. All of the reports in this folder are locked down for data integrity purposes because, again, that is shared amongst all of our clients. So everybody who is a client of ours, they have access to these reports. Therefore, you can't make edits to them in the AMT direct report folder. It's completely locked down. There's no edit functionality. I will show you in a second here how to duplicate the report, and then you can make edits to it, but you can't do it in the actual folder itself. You'll notice that by almost any one of the reports that you select, there will be some sort of icon. It's either going to say PDF, Excel, XLS, or RTF, I think. Basically what that means is that's the way whoever built the report, that's the way that they saved it. So when they built it, they saved it in that particular format. So if I wanted to run this building list, I can quickly select PDF and it'll run it for me in the PDF format because that's whoever created this report, they saved it in a PDF format. That's not to say that I can't run it in any other format. It's just a quick option for me to run it in that particular format.
If you wanted to run it in another format, would you just click that little line there?
Yep, so you have the try bar. So your try bar is going to contain a couple of other options for you. It's going to contain the ability to run the report. When you run a report, that is on-screen running. So you're running it in HTML format. Then you have the ability to export the report. So you can export it into any one of the other file formats. So you can export it into XLS, PDF, RTF, CSV. Then you'll notice under that, you have the ability to email a report. So when you email a report, that's just emailing it. It doesn't need to be anybody who's a user of the system. It could just be your boss. Maybe they're not a user, but they need a report out of the system. You can go ahead and quickly email them that report.
When you do that, does it come from you or does it come from like an AMT direct email address?
I believe it says your name in there somewhere on the file, like in the little format thing that in the actual body there, it says who it was sent by. And so what you'll do is you'll plug in the email address and then you're gonna select the export type you'd like it to be. So you can even define the type of export that they receive. So if you wanted to send it to them in Excel, you would just pick the Excel format. Once you select the format, that's when it's gonna go ahead and trigger the report to send. Here's the duplicate process. So for any of those who would like to edit this report, say I run this report, I love the report, I now want to go ahead and be able to make it my own. That's where you're gonna duplicate any locked report. So you select the duplicate. What this is going to do is it's going to work the same as a save as. So for anybody who's familiar with Microsoft, it's working the exact same way as a save as. It's taking a snapshot of the report, allowing you to select another folder to place the report in, preferably one that is unlocked, and then you can go ahead and make those edits. You can't go ahead and save to the AMT Direct Reports folder, so just keep that in mind. It needs to either be the company folder or it needs to be your personal folder. The way that this works is it automatically will select the last folder that you actually touch. So even though it's selecting property reports, you can't save anything in there because it's a locked folder. So I'm either gonna go with my AMT Direct Academy reports, I'm gonna go on my personal report folder. I will tell you, generally, I train to, you should place everything in your personal folder until you're ready to share it with the company folder. You really should try to shy away from putting reports into the company folder before you vet the reports, because what happens is people think that reports in there are good to go. They go run the report, either it's not gonna run or there's something wrong with it or they didn't realize that you have been making edits to it. So edit the reports first in your own personal folder, and when you're ready, you're gonna create the same process that we're doing now. You're gonna do that and then move it into the company folder. So again, I can relabel this, I can keep it building list, I could relabel it to anything that I'd like, and then I can just pick the folder I'd like to place in it.
Question for you, sorry, this is like not that important, but if we wanted to have like a MedStar health folder, or like, for example, an accounting folder versus like a real estate admin folder, could we create like multiple types of company folders?
Nope. One company folder, but you can create multiple child folders.
So could we create like little, like how this is
child
portfolio and so in the property, so we could have like a real estate admin one and then whatever you guys built out, and an accounting one and whatever you guys built out?
Is what you should do.
Okay.
And so I'm gonna place this in my company folder, well, in my personal folder, and you can see that it'll go ahead and take a snapshot of that report and place it in there for me. And then at that point, I'd have the ability to edit the report. All right. Any questions so far? Anybody on the phone?
Nope, no questions here.
All right, perfect. We're just gonna give this a second.
We like to look at the reports that we currently use often. Do you want us to print a copy of this report?
Or we just talk about like what they have in them, like if you want to.
All right,
Gives you the ability to do this.
Yeah.
so you can see here now I've copied that report over into my folder and it's listed there. I can go ahead at that point and edit the report. So we're gonna take a look at just quickly running a report. So again, if I want to, the easiest way in the system to get data out is to just run the report itself, because again, that's just gonna trigger on screen for you, and then it's a lot easier sometimes to export into that file type. I generally use a run report anytime I need to verify something in the report. I may not wanna export it every single time. I'll just run it on screen, see if it has data I'm looking for, and then I'll go ahead and save it in whatever file format that I need. So when you run the report, again, it's gonna run for you on screen in HTML format. So our HTML format mimics a PDF, so it's gonna look very similar to a PDF. It is not a PDF, though. You would still need to export it into a PDF if you wanted to save it.
The data that's within the report, there's a real-time data?
Yes. Only time it's not real-time data is if you hard code filters. So if you hard code filters to pull something back from like 2013, yeah. But you
Hopefully,
can see,
we're not having real-time changes to 2013.
but you can see here, this is a building list report, and so this is what it looks like on screen. It's gonna contain, my property name, some groupings. It's gonna give me a property type, my address information, city, state, all the way down to my square foot rentables and usables. So the more information you put into the system, the more you get out of the system. It is, a common thing that we like to tell clients, we can't report on things you don't abstract. So if it is not there, we cannot report on it. And that's just the reality. The data has to be there in order for us to do anything with it in report filter. You can see from here, you can toggle between the pages, so you can go ahead and use your arrows up here to toggle back and forth between the pages if you needed to look. And then again, you have the ability to export this information into any one of those file formats, or you can simply save this information and save it as whatever file format I'm saving. Really easy, quick and simple. Any questions?
And so I'm just thinking about like some of the challenges that I have with Harbor Flex reports today. So sometimes, it doesn't look like this one has a total on it, but like there will be subtotals within the report that I don't need, I don't want, because I want to be able to pivot the data or actually use it as like a data set versus a report. Do these reports all kind of come out as a data set, or is it depends?
Depends on how you build it.
Okay. Well, what about the ones that are already there?
Some of them will, some of them
Depends on how
won't.
they were built. Okay.
So for something like this is a flat file. When we were talking about earlier, we were talking about some reports. This is a similar flat file, so you can export this out. It's not going to contain mergers that would cause issues for you. There are a lot of reports though that do because of the way that it's built, and it's built more than likely because how we're parsing out the data from the system. So we need to be able to put it in particular sections in order for us to actually capture the correct information, or how we deem it to be correct. So it is going to be dependent on how it was built, who built it, and what we are going to work with today, though, is the report that we're going to build is going to be a flat file report. It's going to be pretty basic in nature. When you start getting into more of your customized reports, especially the FASB reports, none of them are flat files. They are literally all really weird functions. We're talking crosstab reports because of the type of data we're trying to pull from the system. It is not going to be easy for you to export that data and pivot it out.
Are we going to be able to look at some of this today?
Certain ones that may run, I don't know in this particular database how far we've gotten into processing. If we process some things in here, we may be able to get some of those reports to run. If we didn't, a lot of the FASB reports are going to be based on whether or not you run batches.
Okay, so if there's no batches in this database.
Now, there are some reports that aren't going to be related to batches, but again, it's whether or not we've completely set up all of our FASB in here to be able to pull the information it's asking for. All right, so we take a look at some of the reports. You'll see that some of the more common reports are going to be found in the lease report. And so you're going to find reports in here. I can say probably the top reports that get run out of here are things like your lease expiration reports that are displaying renewal options and not displaying renewal options. Those are going to be more commonly run reports. Things like your monthly payment report are going to be commonly run reports. Reports like your option list by lease, those are more commonly run. Non-financial clauses, those are commonly run from a real estate perspective. And then you're going to see, I'm just going to scroll down here. We have rent roll reports, the rent roll by lease, that's another commonly run report. Then you're gonna get into things like contact reports, document reports, event notification reports. So for all of you who love those event notification reports, you can, get those sent out to those who don't use the system. I have a lot of clients that'll come in here for like a lot of their, bosses and CEOs, and they'll run those type of reports out of the system and just get them sent directly there because none of them are logging into the system. They just don't have time. Now, under that, you'll see there are data export reports. So as your data is being migrated in, a lot of the times you're validating based on these data export reports. And so they're coming directly out of here, and that's basically data dumps, flat files all day long. It's gonna look at everything that you've imported into the system and just allow you to export it and put your pivot table on. All right, now there are accounting reports. So there's a couple ways that this is broken down. It's gonna mirror the drop down on the front end. So you're gonna see that you have the ability to look at AP reports, AR reports. There are FASB reports. Keep in mind, those FASB reports are not FASB 842. Those are gonna be 13. So
Where's 842?
a little further down, anything that since we have both modules in the system, we will identify almost every single time that we're looking at 842, we're gonna identify it with IASB only because we have the FASB 13 module. So you're gonna see rent tax reports, you can just disregard all of those. A lot of the times, all of the reports that you find in modules, there'll be a secondary piece inside of report folder. So most of the reports that you're gonna see in AP, AR, CPI, OPEX, all of those reports can be found in the module. That's just the second place in which you can go ahead and run it. Now, when you get down here are some of your FASB reports. Now, there are a ton of them, and it just keeps growing. So here's the thing, you'll see that a lot of the reports in here, you can kind of understand what they are based on the name of the report. I did send you a set of reports. For those who are on the call, I can't share it with you only because I don't have access to my email on this, but for those in the room, this is a rough draft of what we're building. I don't think it's
Make sure I'm holding copy.
Yeah, you might need to come over a little bit more.
I'm gonna get some. I sent a message to Brent.
So we're putting together something on our team here to be able to give to almost all of our clients, hopefully, in the future. This is a working rough draft. So everybody keep that in mind. Working rough draft, this is not something that I'm sending out to clients right now, I only showed you because it's coming down the pipe. But essentially what we did is we partnered up with our FASB consultants, and we started going through the reports because, again, there are tons and tons of FASB reports. Not all of them are going to be applicable. Not all of them you really might not even ever use. So what we did was we went through and we started putting together what are the more common reports that you're going to need to run for FASB. And so you can see as you go through, it gives you kind of what the report is. It's going to give you things like the data points in those reports, and some of the things that you can capture. So I'm not going to go through all the reports because half of them I can honestly tell you, I have no clue why in the world we built that, but somebody did. But again, I can give you a list when this is completely done. We vetted, I think we decided that we were going to do the top 15. We got to 10 so far. But these are the majority of the reports that we feel you guys would definitely be able to utilize on more of a daily basis. And you can see they're all listed in here. Well, once I get the screen back, I'll show you where they are.
So this is almost equivalent to having the description in the fields, it's just not in AMTS.
Yeah, and because we don't have access to actually add them into the report, because believe it or not, our reports are locked down even to internal employees. So we can't touch the reports in our own report folder. Only certain people on our team, which are most of the people on our report folder team, actually have access to change the report in here. So if there's something like not running with the report, you're like, hey, this report doesn't run right, or it's not pulling the correct data points, I will tell you right now, there's no point in coming to me or anybody on our team. You're going to need to go directly to support for that, because they have to then work with the report filters to fix it. But again, you'll see that it's broken down by a lot of the FASB reports, and then there is a folder here for validation reports. So on some of that, kind of cheat sheet, you'll see there was some SOP 74 reports. Those are going to be in the validation folder. So you'll see here that at some point you're going to go through some of these and you're going to start running these reports for kind of your needs. My suggestion to you is when you get access to the system, try running the report. You may want to wait and see you have a batch or two posted, but there are some reports that you can run in here, like lease classification reports, that don't require a batch. But the majority of them, to some degree, is pulling some type of batch information. All the reports are there, though. So again, when you get a chance, even if you only have a read-only access, you should be able to run the reports. Read-only access is not going to restrict you. What it's going to do is it's not going to allow you to create new things, but you can go in and run reports as a part of a read process. The only difference is if, say, you know, there's a filter on the report, you can't change the filter because you don't have access to it.
Filter on the report being like it's only certain properties, or what kind of?
There's a bunch of filters. You can filter on a date period. You can filter on a particular date. You can filter all the way down to a particular week. When you're running a report, it's going to be dependent on what type of filters we'll put on the report. And so we're going to take the next hour or so, and we're going to actually build a report in the system so you can understand what filters are. So when you run reports, you know how to actually change the filters in the report. All right, any question on reports in the AMT Direct folder?
I guess, and this might be a question for Tyler or for the larger group, but I think when we were going through the RFP process, we were basically told that all of the FASB reports that we would need in order to do our financial reporting and disclosure are in there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, we don't know exactly which ones are which.
That's definitely going to be a Tyler, and he's going to work with you guys on which reports that you guys truly do need to run on a day-to-day. And we're putting together something that's going to be more of the common reports that you're going to find yourself running, maybe not on a day-to-day, but to some degree to help you with the reporting. And I'm pretty sure when we did this with two of the accountants, we did it with in mind the reports you're going to need to actually use to help you with your reporting. So those reports that are on that document are going to be the ones that you're more than likely going to be using on a day-to-day basis. Okay. All right. So just a couple of other things to keep in mind. When you have a report that is unlocked, so it's not in the AMT Direct Report folder, you're going to notice you have a couple of other options. So if you select, or I'll just select the report I was just dealing with. You'll notice that if you select the tri-bar, you now have the ability to edit a report, which you did not have before. You have the ability to rename a report, duplicate a report, delete a report, or download a report. So we were talking earlier about, well, how do I give you a report without putting it in the company folder? You can just simply download the report. It's going to download in a WR file, so you're just going to save it. Don't open the report, because the moment you open it, you end up losing, you're going to have to redo the process because it needs to be in its native format, and when you open it, it ends up disrupting that. So you're going to save the report once you go ahead and download it, and then you're going to email it over to whoever you'd like, and they're going to do is they're going to upload it to their folder. Now, to upload into a folder, that is super, super simple. All you're going to do is select the folder where you'd like to upload the report, select the tri-bar, and you're going to notice you have the ability to add a child folder into that particular main folder. You can create a new report to go directly into that folder. Now, here's that thing where that all or nothing comes in, because this is probably a pet peeve of most of my clients. Renaming. You have the ability to rename folders. Problem with that is when you rename a folder, especially when you're dealing with a company folder, what it does is we deal a lot with backend tables and report folder. You rename the folder, you cut the table off. So what will happen is you'll rename it and all of your reports will disappear. They don't disappear from the database, but they disappear from everybody's view at that point because you pretty much cut that table off. So please be careful when we're dealing with report folders. That's an all or nothing situation, because if you lock them down to a read-only, they won't have access to create a report.
Just because they don't rename.
It's a process to follow. try to stay away from
spell wrong forever.
You know, if you need to rename something like a company folder, go ahead and either work with somebody here at AMC Direct so we can change it for you. If you're looking at your own folder and it's spelled wrong, have somebody change your security and change it in there, since that's what's driving the report folder. But just don't go renaming it yourself, because again, it will cut off, and then you'll call us screaming because literally there's no report there, and nobody has access to it. That happens to a couple of clients. So again, renaming, you have the ability to do so. Deleting is another big thing. Please be careful when you're dealing with the delete button. Make sure you are deleting a report and not a folder. It does happen, you know, sometimes where we have clients who accidentally delete their folders. There have been times where we can get the folder back, but we may not be able to get all the reports back. So I'm cautioning everybody now. And that's how quickly can you get to us when you delete the report folder, and how quickly can we recover all of it. So again, you do have the option to delete. Then you have the collapse all and expand all, and you have the upload functionality. So if I went ahead and downloaded a report and I sent it over to you, you can go ahead and upload it directly into the folder.
And so if you did that download option, you could only send that to someone else who has AMT report folder access that could then import and upload it. If you wanted to send it to someone who didn't have access to it, then you would be doing an export.
Well, yeah, you could either export it out like the actual file type if you wanted them to get like this type of data. If you send them a WR file, unless they have the ability to open it.
So how would you do it if you wanted to send it to somebody who didn't have access?
You can choose to either email them the report. So if I wanted to, I could go ahead and
email or export.
Email or export.
Okay.
All right. Any questions on folders? Questions on reports? How do you run a report, duplicate a report, any of those functionalities?
Jeff and I were just talking about a report that he was able to pull up. And I think it was a portfolio, probably the first report.
I asked them to look at some of the Harvard Watch reports that we use on a regular basis.
So we were pulling up an AMT report.
Oh, okay.
And our question is, I thought, and I could be totally wrong about this, but we're talking about like a renewal option, and it gives a brief description of the renewal option. And then I thought there's a way that you could go to the lease itself and it highlights it within the lease.
And that's indexing, which we're, it's probably like a day two thing for AMT, so that is something that, we should have a conversation about this, but today, we've kind of treated that as a day two thing, like we're trying to get all of our information into the database. In the future, we could potentially have it such that, like, if you were trying to find the word renewal option in a lease, you know, today you could open up that lease and you could search it because they're all OCR formatted, but in this other indexed environment, you could literally like click on it and it would open up the lease to that section of the lease.
This is fine the way it is. It's actually really nice. It's distinct, but sometimes if you just want to get a little bit more color, and like in Harvard, it would say page 14, section 2.
That's what it's going to, well, if
you index, you'll have that ability.
And indexing is not hard, it's a process.
it just takes time and I know there's timeline. Yeah, so.
Yeah, but it will have the ability to do that, and what will happen is when you're looking at a lease, you'll see all these little PDF icons, you just hit the PDF, and then it will go ahead and find that particular index in the document.
Oh, great.
So you should be able to go from here somewhere to the actual lease document.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
Is there a link to go to the actual lease document?
Not a report folder.
No, definitely not report folder, and right now it's not what we're doing from day one with AMT. So that would add another 2 months to our timeline that we're already 2 months behind.
Yeah, the index process, like I said, it's not a hard process, it's just a long process. It takes a while because what's gonna have to happen is indexing, you're pretty much dissecting the lease. And you're finding all of these different parts within the lease, and then you're saying to the system, okay, anytime I go ahead and, look for code BRN within the lease, find me that piece, and then go ahead and do what needs to happen. But once it happens, and you guys do get that up, that'll be a really cool option for you guys, because again, it just helps you navigate so much quicker in the system.
The abstracted data that's coming over from HarborPlex, is that just going to be duplicated?
Yeah, well, it's being sucked out of HarborPlex.
That's what I knew.
All right, so any questions, anyone, on what we've gone over? Does anybody need to get up, take a break for a second, go to the bathroom, because now it's time before we build a report? I got like a couple minutes, so please get out, stretch, do what you need to do before we go to report. We're off.
I guess I bought it, but I guess it's not. I'm like, oh my God. So I'm sitting there, like, sitting right back and laughing to myself. Like, I don't, people understand what's happening right now. Like, it's, yeah.
I know, I ordered it. Sometimes.
I didn't even realize they were, but
I'm not sure if you have to approve, I, asked one at AMT to, give me, like, writing ability for creating a report. I have to read only right now. I don't know if you have, someone's gonna be asking you.
well, you don't have access to any.
It's not the MedStar database. Well, it's one of your databases. I don't know which test environment it is, though.
So right now, I think you have access to the testing database, but we're not, will we have report writer in the test database?
Mm-hmm. I know you would test that, but right now,
I
it's
think I
writing it.
control access. Well, like,
Okay.
once you get access.
No, I'll be pretty much the one running and, writing reports for him.
Yeah. How do I? Into the person.
Somebody else's lunch in the kitchen, there's cookies, brownies, chips.
Up there.
The whole time thinking.
I forgot about you, you said it, but not.
Yep.
I just got to finish the email, then I'll run. Thanks.
Brandon, with the coffee fixing, are you gonna be more talkative? For the coffee fixing, are you gonna be more talkative?
Sitting like this, I just sit and watch. That's the best thing to do, right?
Correct. Yeah.
have Ned on here. I'm like, right? No, you think I have something in here? Gas it. No, I've only seen the first one. What? The first one? No. Also, there's Motrin and Advil. Are you sure? Okay, I have some notes here. It's good for inflammation. Yeah, get the inflammation down. Advil or, but I don't know why. I don't know why. What do you do? Just a lie. Advil and Motrin, so I was maybe cleaning my garage. Oh, yeah, probably. I need to put that over with my too. I usually try to keep it one of those bubble packs this year, just for that reason, but there's, Advil and Motrin in there, you can help yourself, that's all I've done.
I didn't drink coffee.
Yeah.
Remember, I started drinking coffee with them. Just going up.
I don't think Coke will quite do it, no, who would do it?
I drink a lot more now.
But I do need to share.
We got most everybody back.
Chair would make all these noises. Oh my God, it's like all day too. I swear, it's just the chair.
All righty, so we're gonna get into building our report now. I am going to show everyone how to build, what's called a basic express report. We're gonna build a lease exploration report. I generally pick this type of report because it's fairly easy to build, and it shows you the functionality. So to get started, you'll see over here there is a plus sign that says create a new report. So when you select that, you'll notice that there's a couple of different reports that you can build. The first one is called an express report, and it's just that. It's a very tabular report in nature. It's going to give you the essentials. It's going to allow you to quickly run a report or create a report, not a lot of formatting, not a lot of, customizations in terms of formulas. Then you have what's called an advanced report. That's going to show you or give you the ability to create reports where you're dealing with sections. So you're looking at reports that have a lot more functionality to it. You have an entire design team that you're responsible for. You're dealing with a lot more formulas in those types of reports as well. Then you have a cross-tab report, which is more going to be for those reports that you're going to build where you're looking to kind of pull in pivot table information. Then what you can do is you have the ability to assemble some reports, and there's two reports that you can assemble of two types. One is called a dashboard report, and those are reports that you can pull into your dashboard. Then you have a chained report, which is going to allow you to take multiple reports, chain them together to create one report in the system that you can run, and it will run it across the board.
What's the dashboard one?
That's for reports where you're pulling them into your dashboard. So if anybody was on a preliminary demo with AMP Direct, you saw these bright, fun, cool reports. That was all through dashboard reports. All right, so again, we're going to start with an express report. Again, very simple. We're going to create a lease expiration report. There's already one in the system, but this will show you kind of the functionality range that you have with creating an express report. And it's one that we can work with only one category at the moment, because if you start adding in multiple categories, you start getting even further down a rabbit hole. This does take a second, so just keep in mind, it's almost like opening up a portfolio all over again. Once you get past this, though, it moves pretty quickly. All right, so the first thing you're gonna do is you're gonna name the report. So you're gonna figure out what you'd like to name. Anybody who wants to follow along at this point in time, you're more than welcome to follow along. If you'd like to build this report as well, for me, help with that muscle memory.
How would we do that in the test database or in the?
Okay, let me rephrase that. If you have more than read-only access in the test database, you can go ahead and be able to build this report. For those of you who have access to AMT Direct Academy database, you can go ahead and pull that one up and build a report in there as well. So if you were giving access to 201-423, you can use that right now if you've ever logged in. Some of your faces are expressing that you haven't, so you probably all have access.
And we did a foundation course with us here a few weeks ago, January 31st, that was a few weeks ago, right? You should have access to the AMT Direct Academy database.
So yeah, you're gonna go to, nope, not here, you're gonna go to AMT Direct, like you were logging into your MedStar database.
Yeah. I have them all saved as favorites, because I can't keep track of this crap. I think this is a good idea, and Jeff, I'll see if I can get you access for that real quick, so you can figure out too. I've already gotten it. 201-378.
If you have more than read-only access in there, then absolutely.
I think I have global access.
Okay, so you can probably use that. If anybody else would like to try along and you don't have access into MedStar, you can go into 201-423 if you've ever logged in there.
Yeah, it's gonna scrub out some of these really hard data.
No, she's just, let's see. No, it looks like it's still in process. Oh, you'll find out, it'll literally stop if you're in there and she's wiping the data.
Let's try to see if I can add him real quick.
He should already be in there if he had access to this database. Maybe just maybe his access needs to be updated.
I think I just got blocked out of my account.
He's
Try to make him global.
As long as you trust him not to do anything in there, sure, why
Jeff,
not?
can I trust you?
I think you can trust me.
Everyone heard that, right? Alright, I just updated your, access in our test database.
It's got blocked.
Did you, that's what I got blocked, yeah.
I didn't do
Definitely
anything.
found the email. That same mirror I did from the email, right?
We
I
had
thought it
trouble
was the
last
same,
time when we
wasn't it
all
the same
had
look?
it.
Yeah, so if you're logging in and you've never logged into the AMT Academy, the 201-423, just hit forgot password and you can reset yourself.
I had logged in, it's just when I put my password in and hit sign in, it flashed that I was blocked for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Give me a timeout.
It said, wrong, yeah.
Do you wanna try the regular database, not the AMT?
I don't want to screw the regular database up. I'll be
Yeah.
honest.
Jeff and I are doing it,
You can
so
trust
you're more than welcome.
me.
We're gonna have 6 different versions of the same
Good
report.
thing is everything's good.
Sarah, are you playing on?
I'm in 201-619, that's the one I always use.
Are you using the
Yeah, I
old
thought
one?
that was our, oh shit, no.
The
378 is AR, yeah. I don't wanna be an AR.
Oh, yeah, you might not want to be.
Man, we can't trust Kate.
Hang on, let me fix Jeff. You shouldn't be alone.
Hold on, let me just.
Also, randomly, what was he before? Were you read-only?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Good for us, or.
That's what you were talking about the AR database earlier.
I have a question. So with the AR, like, so we'll have one for AR and for one for AP?
It's all gonna be one in the future. For right now, there is AR, which is
Fully
still out there on its
functioning.
own, fully functional. And then there will be an AR, AP, and equipment at a later date, which is still being built. Now, do I know my password?
Yeah, I need like 6 computers.
And who tried getting into, 201-423?
I did.
All right, I'll just go reset you guys right now.
Is that the
Can we
academy?
pause the recording while we're trying to figure all this stuff out, just it's not totally wasting. Sorry, that's on the phone. Hey, do you guys have access to the,
Yeah. That's so good starting point. All right, so lead journal information, you can hit the eye icon, it's gonna go ahead and give us all of the data points. If we wanna add it to our field for selection, we're gonna go ahead and either click the arrow, or we're gonna drag and drop, or double click, whichever you prefer.
Go crazy.
Now, notice, when you do that, see how other things start to become grayed out. That basically means at this point in time, you cannot add any additional fields that are grayed out. Because the system is saying, hey, you have to create the relationship in order to pull that field in. we're only gonna deal with one field for this particular report. But as you start to grow and you start to build reports in the system, that's going to become important because you're gonna notice in any area that you go, if I start looking at options, I can't pull any of my option information in. If I look at.
It's already in there?
Nope.
Why
It's
is that?
because the relationship hasn't been built yet. You have to build a relationship between the different categories in order to get this to populate for you. Everybody on the phone, everybody in here, good with that concept for the most part right now? I'm seeing a half nod. All right, so again, we're gonna deal with one, we can keep it simple with the least general information. Most of the data points that we need are gonna be in that particular category. But as we start moving on to other report builders in the future, we have to keep those types of things in mind, because I promise you, when you're starting to build even, you know, accounting reports, or you're taking any of our reports and you're editing our reports, we're gonna have some really interesting, you know, categories pulled in and ways that we're pulling the data. So you do have to have that type of understanding of, okay, well, why did you pull in, you know, these two fields here? Also, keep in mind, what that will happen is a lot of the time, less is more in the beginning with the categories. And the reason why is because if you don't truly have that great of an understanding of the foundation, what will happen is you'll pull in all of these categories and you'll start to get reports that say no data qualified. More than likely, it's because your categories on the back end, the join, they don't function well together. So if anybody knows anything about reports, you understand joins, our system have these joins that do the relationship. And if one join doesn't coincide with the other join, you won't get the report to run. And it'll literally say no data qualified every single time. This is the most frustrating thing in the world.
Are we gonna be able to walk through like one simple join or relationship that we could create?
Generally, we get that in like a report builder too.
Okay.
When we start moving on to reports with multiple categories.
So today is really just more about building some simple stuff and
Yeah,
knowing how to.
getting used to it, right? You guys have to get used to it, get comfortable with what you do know, and then we can move on to the bigger things. All right, so once we have our least general information in there, we're gonna select next. You're gonna see first thing it's gonna go to is the sort. Now, I generally will wait until before I run the report to put a sort and to put a filter on my report. The reason why is because the one thing with the sort is you have to have that data point contained in the report. You can't sort on something that's not there. Well, if you pick a sort now and then in your report you decide not to go with that particular data point, well, now your sort's not gonna work and it's just doing more work for no reason. So sorts and filters, I'll wait until after I actually have my report together and how I want it in order to go ahead and pull in my sort and my filter. So I'll just hit next and kind of skip over both of them. So it's gonna bring up your filters next. Then we get into our layout. So this is where we're actually going to build a report in the system. As it kind of populates. All right, so you'll notice over here on the left-hand side, you have a drop-down. If I had multiple categories, I could go ahead and select between the different categories to pull my report. I only have one, so there's only one thing there. So at this point in time, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look at this category and I'm gonna say, okay, well, if I'm building a lease exploration report, what data points do I want in my report itself? So you can see in here, I can pull any one of these data points into my data field. So I may pull in my lease name. So if you select it, it's gonna be just like adding in a category. You can either select it, double click, hit the arrow, or drag and drop. So I'll put my lease name in. I may decide to pull my lease code in. Now I'm gonna say, okay, I got my lease name and my lease code. You'll notice as you pull them into your data field, it's going to start to create the report down here. This is like literally kind of simple reports, right? You're gonna get a flat file with this data. That's what we're hoping to accomplish at the end of this. So I'm pulling my lease name, my lease code. I may decide to pull in my lease status. I may come up here and say, okay, I'm gonna pull in my expiration date. I'm also gonna pull in my current term begin. Let's see if there's anything else I'd like to pull in. I may decide to pull in my original term begin or original term. I don't know which one, you guys are actually completing. My suggestion to anybody is when you build reports for the first time, pull up a lease, pull up a location, have these things pulled up. If you're in another module, pull up the module. Because what that's going to allow you to do is going to allow you to identify where the field is. If you don't know what the field that you're looking for is, pull up wherever it's located in the system so you know how to pull it when you're building the report.
Say that again?
I said, so what you're gonna wanna do is, if you don't know where a particular field is, pull up that particular piece in the system.
Like go to the least general information
Exactly.
widget and figure out what it's called.
Exactly. You're gonna wanna do that you can do that for anywhere in the system when you're building reports, and I recommend that is what you do. I generally do that for all reports in the beginning. I do it even now when I am halfway decent with Report Builder. I tend to pull things up and I'll go ahead and mirror one-to-one where I'm looking for a field and I'm like, okay, here's the field. Now, here, I have to pull this in and I kind of go through the steps that I took to get there. So, start off with what you have in your data point. So, of course, you have your data point. Now, you'll see it says least general information dot. Everything after the dot is the actual field itself. That's going to be important when you're looking at reports that we build because you're going to want to know what those fields are. So the first part of it is going to be that is where it's contained, and then after the dot is going to be the actual data field itself. When you scroll over, you'll see here that you have the ability to create a formula on that particular field if it is a field where you can actually create the formula. It's there for everything, but if you're in a text field, you can create a formula, but there's certain formulas that you can create. Not all formulas it will take in that particular field. You have a summary function, so if you're dealing with any type of field and it's pulling in numbers, you can go ahead and summary function up. You can see that you have the ability to select from sum, count, average, min, and max. You have your up and down arrows to move these different things up and down. So maybe I want my original term to be before, begin to be before my original term. So I can use the up or down arrow. I can use the X arrows to completely remove that from my actual data field. Additionally, if I want to put anything in order, I can go ahead and drag, and you'll see when you hover over the next field, it creates that little blue bar, and I can just drop it.
So this will be like, once we put it up, I guess at the bottom, so it would tell you like each column.
And how it's the placement of it. That doesn't define how it's going to actually be in the output. It's just going to define which column will contain which field. Now, you have a summarized by down here where it tells you one or more non-formula sorts must be defined to summarize. That's if when you get into, depending on how far you want to take in a report builder one or express report, you can choose to do things like creating a monthly payment report inside of an express report where you have to have a store in order to sum up the data. Down here, you have the options. You already have a page header, which is this right here. And a page header, what that's going to allow to do, the difference between a page header and a regular header is going to be that a page header, and this is for keeping your mind for kind of future report building, page headers populate on every single page. A regular report header does not. So again, page header would be if I, decided to have this in PDF, every single one of my PDF pages will have, lease expiration. You have the ability to add in a page footer, small print. Everybody's familiar with small print. That's where you can put that information. If you are dealing with a field where you're pulling in data and you want to grand total something, so if I'm pulling in maybe my monthly payments and I want to grand total out all of my lease payments, I can go ahead and put a grand total in. It will allow me to perform a formula and a calculation on that particular field. Under that, you're going to notice you have a wide variety of almost very similar to Microsoft Office options, right? You'll have the ability to change your fonts, your sizes, your colors, whether or not you're bolding that particular cell. Keep in mind, in the Express report, you have to select the actual field in order to be able to apply that. So when you select the field, then you can apply any one of these options here.
So would this be as simple as like, well, I guess I'm ready to have a date. It's really just formatting, it's not.
It's all formatting. So you can go ahead and format that particular cell. You can format the header of that cell. You can, whatever your heart's desire. You'll notice that you have all of your options to do kind of top, middle, bottom alignments, left, right, and adjust. You also have what's called themes. I will tell you what themes are after we're done building the report. It's generally the last thing I'll do on a report anyways. So at this point in time, you generally have all the information you need to go ahead and run this report. It's as simple as running a report. But before we run this report, we're gonna put a sort and we're gonna put a filter on our report. I generally train to put sorts and filters on everything. A lot of the times, once you get better with Report Builder, you will know if you're dealing with an express report or you're dealing with any type of report where there's a one-to-one relationship. Sometimes you can get away with running the report without the filter there. What I mean by one-to-one relationship is there is one field and there is only one possible solution for that field. You don't have multiples on the back end. So when you're dealing with a one-to-many relationship, you're looking at things like anything with a dollar amount. 9 times out of 10 has multiple tables on the back end. You cannot run a report when you're dealing with multiple tables without a filter. It will stall the system out. Everybody good with that? Okay, so first thing we're gonna do, at this point, you can choose to use the previous buttons or you can go ahead and select the sort. Just select the tab itself. That's the beauty of an express report, is you can go back and forth, swapping, over the individual tabs without there being any issues. When you start to
save what we just did in the other tab.
It's saved as long as you don't close out or accidentally freeze up your computer, it will save. So since we came up with saving a little bit sooner rather than later, why don't everybody go back to your layout and actually hit the save button? Reason why is because that is the one way in which our system is not like Microsoft. If you accidentally close out of this for some reason, your computer freezes, something happens, your computer dies, it does not save a version. So if you have spent an hour working on a report and you didn't save during certain parts, you pretty much lose the entire report. Now, there's actually no pretty much, you lose the entire report. There's no pretty in that. It's gone. So keep in mind at different parts.
Pictures of your screen report.
At different parts, you're gonna wanna save. I generally say as you start to add every couple of data points, hit the save option. It's just the easiest way to kind of make sure you don't lose anything.
Is that only in the layout screen?
It will be, yes, only in the layout screen here. When we get to an advanced report, it's only in one particular part of the advanced report screen.
And sorry, this is a silly question with formatting, but so see how several of the fields that we picked here are dates? Will it automatically, when it opens up in Excel, have date formats on those cells?
And you could change the date format if you want.
So if you want, yes.
So if I wanted, I have some kind of European dates are always different, so they'll go in and they'll pick the date that corresponds. So when they run reports, it's formatted correctly for that.
Sometimes if you don't have the date format, it's like 425,962.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, April 1st, 2019.
Yeah, this is a decimal point and there's something. All right, just give us a second more.
Is it still saving when those bars are flashing?
Yeah, you can move on. Again, it only becomes an issue if it's a situation where you accidentally close out of here, then whatever you've done until those bars are done, will have it saved. All right.
Does it take, like a minute and a half like the other stuff?
Yeah. Generally, I wait until after we get a little further along to save it, but since we brought it up. All right, so for your source, this is where you're gonna tell the system, well, which one of the columns do I want to take lead and go ahead and display it in a certain order for me? So one thing to know about the source, your source has to be in the report. You can't sort on something that is not there. It is different for the filters, but for the source, yes, your source has to be one of your data points. So I don't know, some of you may have decided to pull in your own data point, perfectly fine. Make sure whatever you decide to sort on is a data point within the report itself. I'm gonna do the easiest one, which is lease name. And all of you probably have pulled the report over with the lease name. So I'm gonna go ahead and add that. You can see once you add the sort, it's gonna go ahead and kind of give you some more options. If there was a formula, you can go ahead and edit the formula from here. Or you can go ahead and dictate the order so you can see you have the ability to do it in ascending or descending. All right, now that we have a report.
What would you do with the formula there?
It's not so much the formula there, it's just gonna take, if you had a formula in your layout, you could go ahead and edit if there was a formula in there.
This was like a report builder 2 thing, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what that means.
All right, next thing you have are filters. So this is just that. You can go ahead and pull all of this data out of the system, but your filters are gonna go ahead and tell the report, okay, hold up, I don't wanna see everything. I may pull certain things in, but I don't want to see the whole gamut of everything in here. So what's going to happen is you have the ability to put filters on that will help you in terms of making sure you only see what you're looking for. So what we're going to do here is we are going to filter by a rather easy one, right? If you've pulled a lease status into your report, go ahead and pull lease status over as your filter by, or even if you didn't, go ahead and pull lease status over. This is so you guys can understand the concept of filters. This is probably, if there's, anything you take from today, it's understanding filters. Because a lot of the reports that you're going to run when they're AMT direct reports have filters on them. So it's understanding what the filter is asking you, it's understanding what your operators are and what you're putting in there to get your output. So we pulled in our lease status information. So you'll see down here at the bottom, you have an equal to. It's always going to default to equal to as an operator. So if you select that equal to, this is what you have the ability to select from. So this is basically saying, for my lease status, I can pick any one of these operators and I can say, okay, is this an equal to situation where I'm saying, hey, equal one particular type of status? Is this a not equal to where I'm saying, give me everything but this status? And you'll notice that you have less than, greater than, not start with, ends with, contains, does not contain, is between. A lot of the times you're going to have to think, well, which makes the most sense with what I'm looking for? If I'm dealing with something that's a date, 9 times out of 10, those greater or less than are going to be easier to work with in your operators for the date. You're going to use a contain or does not contain when you want multiples of something. So if I had 5 different lease statuses in this system and I wanted to pull 3 out of 2, I'm going to use the contain operator because I want to pull multiples. So it's understanding how do these operators work and in which situation would I use which operator. If I'm dealing with a date, I'm going to use a particular type of operator. I may not do, I may not do an is between. Well, no, you definitely want to do an is between, but maybe it doesn't not start with. That makes no sense for a date. It doesn't not. I don't even. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes when you're looking at them, you're either going to deal with a text box or you're going to be dealing with some sort of date or dollar. So for lease statuses, we're just going to go ahead and say we're going to equal to, and then we're going to go ahead and pick. This drop down decides to play nice. I can pick active, I can pick inactive, I can pick month to month, I can pick purge. Now, if it's a situation where I said, I want this to show me all of my leases that are active and month to month, well, then I'm going to have to change my operator. So that way I can accommodate both of those 2 status types. And what that'll do is it'll only show me in the report anything equal to active and anything equal to month to month.
So how do you do 2? Like if we wanted active and month to month.
So that's going to be one where you're going to want to do is one of. And then you can click the drop down and you can add them in individually. Now, another one that you might see a lot, you might see even more often is going to be something like a date field. So for instance, that expiration date, I'm building an expiration report, right? Well, think about it. You have expiration dates in the system going back, right? You may have leases in here that have already expired but are no longer active. Well, if I'm not filtering on active or inactive, I could potentially pull all of those into my report. So when you're dealing with something like an expiration date, that's where you can go ahead and get creative with what it is that you're doing here. I may say, if I'm looking at this and I'm running a lease expiration report, I may decide that, I only want to see for dates or leases expiring in the future. I don't want to see anything in the past. So that's where your operators are going to come in to help you define that. There's a couple of reasons why I picked this, because a lot of the times in our reports, they're filtering on some sort of date. And you kind of have to know how to utilize that. So the first thing you have is your equal to. Now I can say equal to, well, if I'm looking for something in the future, I may say, I want to see everything that's greater than or equal to. Because I'm telling the system, granted, I may have expiration dates in here going all the way back to 2013. I don't want to see anything that's already expired. I only want to see new things in the system or things that are going to be expiring in the future. Couple of options that you have with that. when you deal with, anything like a greater than or an equal to or, not, those are gonna be, if you actually type into that box there, you are hard coding that particular selection into the report. So when I say hard coding is if I say greater than or equal to tomorrow, it's gonna take that specific date, or if I say greater than or equal to 4/2 of 2019, when I run this report 2 months from now, it's gonna have 4/2 of 2019. That's hard coding into the report itself. If you select a date using the calendar option, that is hard coding that into the system as well. It's basically saying this report, whatever day I select here, anytime somebody runs this report, run it off of that date. You have the drop down, which will go all the way out to the beginning, and it will look at the first lease expiration date in the system. So this one's going back to 3/22 of 2018. That's the first expiration date that I have in this particular system. Now, your formula, the FX, your function statements are going to become your best friend when you're dealing with filters, because those are going to provide automation to your report. What I mean by automation is, if I select, I want to see everything greater than or equal to today, what it's going to do is it's going to look at whatever today's date is, it's going to plug in that particular date for me, and when somebody comes and runs this report 6 months from now, it's going to look at whatever that date is. FX gives you automation in the report. If you do not use your formula statements, it does not give you automation in the report. Everything else at that point is hard-coded in. Questions, anyone?
I was looking at the prompt for value checkbox and, talking about hard coding. If you wanted to do an expiration date filter where, the user selects those dates when they run it, that's the checkbox that you would select, correct?
Correct. If you want the user to be the one to define this information, you're going to want to do a prompt for value. Now, I generally would say for most of your reports, put a prompt for value on there, only because sometimes I would still use a formula statement with that prompt for value, just because some people may not sometimes understand what it's asking. If they don't use report builder a lot, they may not understand what that prompt means. So sometimes you're going to want to use a formula statement with the prompt for value, even though you want them to put their own in. If they don't understand what it means, at least it'll run for them.
Thank you.
No problem. Keep in mind, everybody whoever is on the phone too, if you are doing scheduling and distribution and you are scheduling reports to run, you cannot have prompt for value on the report, because the system will not run the report because it doesn't know what should be in there. So if you are doing scheduling and distribution for this report, you cannot have a prompt for value. And for anybody who didn't get that or catch that, what she said at the beginning, what prompt for value does is when the next person runs this report, it's going to give them a pop-up filter, and it's going to ask them to go ahead and prompt for a response. So put your own value in. I may build a report, but you may be running it on a completely different date, 2 months from now. So it's going to give you the ability to change that filter without having to edit the report every time. Did I lose anybody with that?
What is the prompt for value?
Okay.
I didn't understand that from the beginning. It led me in the process.
So do you run queries in PeopleSoft? Sometimes. So if you go in to run a GL query, you have to put in 2019 as the year, period 8 as the period, and then click run.
You can't run it without putting certain values
right,
in there.
right.
That's all it is.
What it is making this filter, which is otherwise on the back end, because unless they're editing the report to them, they won't see the filter. Unless you do prompt for value, which will then allow them to see a filter and say, give me your selection.
Quick question. It's either you specify the date on the calendar or a prompt, or you use the formula, right? It's either of the three.
And you'll see there's a lot of formula statements in here. I mean, you have all of your today plus, all the way up to 180, then minus, then you have first days of the current month, first days of, the next month, last month, next year, quarters. I mean, there's a ton of formula statements in here that you can use to help aid you in your filtering process. And again, it will give you that automation to the report. All right. So at this point, I have everything I need to go ahead and run this report. It'll run for me successfully because I have all of my data points in. I have a sort on, I have a filter on. So I can go ahead and just click run report. Now you're gonna see, because I left that prompt for value on, when I run the report, it's gonna go ahead and ask me to put something in. Now, because I did it with a formula statement, I can choose to leave the filter alone and just hit OK, or I can change the filter at that point in time. As soon as this system stops running as well. So while this is taking its time, anybody have any questions?
Sorry, you say you did it with a formula statement, or?
I put a formula statement on there with a prompt for value. It'll just give me the option to change it if I need to.
Does it override if you select like a different day than if you're?
Only if I do it now. So at this point, I can either choose, see how it has a value in there. I could have left that blank and not even used the formula statement and just did a prompt for value, and then it would force the user to have to put something in.
Right, okay.
If I do it like this, it automatically, again,
It's today, but if you change it, it goes to that one. Okay.
Exactly, and it doesn't change the original value in the report. So the report will keep whatever the original value is, it's just gonna change it on that output.
So if you usually run it for today, but one time off, you wanna run it differently, you can use that. Okay.
All right, so I'm just gonna select OK, because there's nothing I want to change.
Is there a place to get the SQL statement behind this report? I want to look at that.
Backend table? No is a short version of that, and if you ask, they'll tell you no. There really kind of is no way around editing and seeing what you see on the front end, just because that's proprietary data and they won't give you access to the table. It's a battle I've been fighting for a while.
So we're building this sample integration report, but is there a canned report for like?
There's a canned report for a majority of things you're looking for. I personally would not recommend anybody having to build their own reports if you don't have to. Even if you have to build something yourself, find something to use as a base. That's going to be the easiest thing for you to do. You're gonna save time if you do that. So I would say between now and the time you go live, start looking at the reports that are there, seeing what you like, seeing what has or meets your needs, and then configuring that report from there so you're not having to do it from scratch.
I think we need to start pulling samples of the HyperFlex reports that we regularly use, both for accounting and administration purposes, and then try to line them up with.
And Lindsay should be able to help you with that endeavor. Did everybody yield a result?
Thank you.
Today and, yeah, mine too. She was like, yeah, these are gonna be there or not.
Must be boring. It's lonely.
All right, so I can see off the bat, mine is about 7 pages long. All right, so you can see in this particular database, it's pulling for me my lease name, my lease code, my lease status, my expiration date, my original term begin, and my original term begin. You can see that it's sorting by the lease name. I could have this sort by the expiration date, which may be a little bit easier to read. So it's just a matter of going back in the report at this point and changing out my sort to say, oh, this is the reason why I don't tend to do it beforehand, because I'm like, oh, okay, now I want to change it in general, so I'll go in and flip it to something else. To get back to the report that you're working on, you'll always notice that anytime you see a double arrow, that's the report that you're working within. And the reason why I point that out is because I could leave this report up and I could run 15 versions of the report that I'm working on. And all of them will have that single arrow. The one that has a double arrow will be the one that you're working within.
What does that mean, the one that you're working within?
So that's the one that you're actually editing. Single arrow means it's a report that's been ran. Double arrow means it's a report that you're editing at that moment. That's the original data point. All right, any questions? Did everybody get a result? Who tried?
Yeah, not really. I'm kind of blank right now.
Twice.
Just click on it.
I did, I got impatient. I thought maybe I didn't click it. And if you didn't want to put filters on, you wouldn't have to. You could still export this into Excel and filter it however you wanted to, right?
If you're dealing with a very flat report, or you're dealing with anything with a one-to-one relationship. The moment you start dealing with things that have multiple relationships, you'll just crash the system every time you try to run the report.
She keeps saying that, Kim, but we think that this is relatively easy to build reports in, right?
It is. If you're used to dealing with a query database, you're used to dealing with any other type of reporting tool, this is gonna be easy for you.
It's very query. I don't want to keep crashing our system.
The only time
For the user or for everybody?
for you. And when I say crashing systems, it's basically saying that, you're basically just clogging up the processor, meaning that there is that type of situation where you have multiple relationships in some sort of field in your report, and it can't pull that amount of data at that time.
Will it tell you, like, where there's, joins lacking or issues?
It won't.
So how would we troubleshoot that? We call you guys up and try and figure out how to build a report?
Well, there's that.
Call our internal people that are trained on report builder too.
There's that too. Or there's that tried and true process. When you're building a report, you really should start doing it every 3 to 4 data points. And I tend to tell clients, work with a small set of categories first, pull all of your data points in, and then run the report. If you get or yield some sort of output, then you're good to add in more categories and more data fields. Then what that allows you to do is pinpoint where it went wrong. So if you add in another category, now you realize that nothing's happening, it's probably because of the last category that you added and something in there isn't working well. And that's when you'll start to check the joins. That's when you'll start to think about the relationships and what you pulled. And you're looking at it saying, oh, okay, now I see why that's not right. I had a client the other day that actually I was on a call with them, and they used our report builder or our report out of the system. And they wanted to add in accounting numbers. They had a bunch of different things that they wanted to add into this report that they were using. And the categories were working fine. It was the data points they were pulling into the report itself that had the issue. Even though the report was already made, they could run it 1 second and couldn't run it the next second. So I said, well, what data points did you additionally pull into what we had there? And they labeled them out. So we started one by one, just taking them away. And then the report ran. And we're like, okay, you can't use this data point. And then when you look at the mechanics behind the data points, you'll understand why you probably couldn't. And in their instance, the data points were almost similar to the point where the system didn't know which one to choose because they contain the same information. So you have things like that that'll happen. Did everybody's report run?
Still thinking.
What did you guys pull in your report?
What did you ask?
Yeah, wondering.
Yeah.
Yeah, Adrian.
Did the same thing?
Are you in? And she's a technical, so.
Yeah. I think it'll be nice to them as well. I'm just gonna write that.
You can move on though, I'm pretty.
Does anybody have any questions about what we've done so far? Anybody on the phone? Fairly simple for everybody who tried.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing some nods of heads and some that are just giving me blank stares. Just no, maybe, okay. Just remember, if you guys have questions, we are here for you during your implementation process and after your implementation process. Just remember, after the implementation process, sometimes there may be a cost associated with it. Generally, if you guys do have issues though with reports, you can generally send that in, and what they'll do is they'll, if it's something they feel that you're doing to the report that's easily fixed, they'll tell you what the fix is. If it's something where they deem that, hey, they scoped it out and they're like, okay, what you're trying to build is gonna, be a custom report and it's gonna be at this many hours, that's when you start getting into, well, do you wanna take it back and work it on your own, or do you want our report builders to build it for you and then walk you through what they've done? Which a lot of the times, if you have people dedicated to building reports, they'll do it that way so their own people can get brought up to speed a lot quicker. All righty, we are at the 3:11 mark, so we have a couple of other things that we could go over in Report Builder that we probably may or may not be able to get to. I know we'll be able to get to it in 4 minutes, but one of the things is if you go back to your layout, for those of you who were able to yield a report, you'll notice down here at the bottom you have your themes. That's going to be in the sense when you build an Express report and you just want to put something quick and pretty on the report that formats the report the way you want, you can put a theme. And what that does is that provides automation or automatic formatting to the report. So I can pull any one of these themes.
That's what I want.
Yeah, now some of them, I did not name them. I don't know which one of our bright developers did. So there are some really cool ones in there. There's some really funky ones in there. It's up to you to go through and see what you like and what you'd like to put on a report. Again, I don't know which one of our developers came up with these names or color schemes, but,
They probably just Excel.
yeah, they probably just decided that they were too busy, they had enough of looking at numbers and they wanted to play around with colors. That's what I'm convinced happened. But again, you can go ahead and put automatic themes on the report so you guys can, go ahead. And a lot of the times you'll see that happen if I need to quickly send out a report and I just want to go ahead and pretty it up. I don't have the time to go through each individual cell and format it. I'll just pop a theme on it and then I can send it out and it will keep the theme when you send it out to whoever you need to send it to. Would you guys get? Oh, yeah. Let's just,
But I can't even read it, some of them.
yeah, some of them, they're just kind of off the wall, and other ones are like, oh, okay, I can live with that. But we're gonna stop there and give everybody 2 minutes to stretch before, Lindsay and Tyler come on. Lindsay will need to go first because she has to hop off the call. So if you have questions for Lindsay, you're gonna start with her, and then you're gonna go ahead and roll into Tyler. For those of you who drive the report builder, I will say, keep at it. You know, after today, take 15, 20 minutes of, sometime next week, over the next 2 weeks, and try building a report. See where you get stuck. See what type of questions you have, because those are gonna make for better conversations when you're dealing with us and we're really trying to get into the heart of what you were trying to build. So my advice to you is to just practice. Also, in addition to that, start running some of the canned reports so you can see what those reports contain. Start running them so you get an understanding of the filters that it's asking you to, input when it's asking you for something in the system, because all that's going to do is get you more familiarized with all of our reports and get you familiarized with that kind of muscle movement to know what to do. But other than that, that is the gist of Report Builder 1. That will kind of get you through building a very basic report in the system. And if you guys have questions, here, my one team member now is here. So, we're here for you guys if you guys have any questions. All right, so I think we just got to give Tyler and Lindsay like another couple of minutes. Let me see who's on here. All right, any questions, everyone, before you guys get up? Can I just see what you pulled?
Mine came up. Is yours?
Mine's still staging.
Yeah,
I think mine was still saving it as well. I'm not suggesting that you do build it.
Oh, yours is ran. Yeah, I think it's. But it never gets sold with kids, mine, they were trying to do. Yeah. More fun than the training, mine was work. Yeah, definitely. You waiting for candy? Yeah.
Hey, oh, yeah, Andrew.
Should have brought my candy jar for you. No Twix here today.
I needed almost 3:15.
You're gonna have to get TV right now for having some cookies delivered. Yeah, pretty hard to have cookies.
One day I just have to eat, actually.
One day.
We didn't even get cookies. There you go.
That one's gonna run. It probably was just maybe everybody at the
So
same time.
yeah.
So you're saying when you pull different categories, do you have to find the join between the two, the link, or
You
not?
have to find it, just have to make sure that the relationship exists in the first place.
Okay.
9 times out of 10, a lot of the times you'll have issues in a report is because the relationship isn't there. And then you have to create it. It's not saying that you can't do it, you just have to go in and know how to create that. It's just like saying this field equals this field, just like, it's basically saying this here, and this field over here, so I can together and create my join. And sometimes it's a join issue, sometimes it's not even a join issue, it's the fact that you're pulling in 2 data points that are the same, and so the system can't figure out which one to point to. So a lot of the times though, when that happens, you'll get that no data qualified. It'll say,
Right.
I don't know what to do, I'm just not gonna do anything.
They say that's sort of an advanced class.
Yeah, like when you get into like report builder two, when you start dealing with sections and you start dealing with like multiple numbers, that's in multiple categories, you can see the relationship a lot better because we'll pull in multiple things.
I just trying to make this very,
Well, that's probably the same thing too, that's what we're here, like,
Yeah, that's what I tell them I do, like, when I'm from scratch, I don't believe in building things from scratch. Like,
well, I feel like, with the start.
oh, yeah. All right, looks like we got Tyler, and then,
Hey, everybody, Tyler's on.
hey, Tyler, Lindsay, are you on yet? Hey, Tyler,
Yes,
you in the office?
I am.
Can you go pop over by Lindsay's desk?
I can. Let me go see if she's on.
No, that's quite weird, yeah.
I already have been my responsibility.
I think she's getting ready to log in right now.
Oh, perfect, thank you.
No problem.
We're back to what I read.
He did, this morning, guy.
Oh, did he? Oh, I didn't see it.
So it made you feel bad, he said he was gonna.
He took me off of it, right back to you. Did you really? I don't think I ever got it.
He said, he was planning to type up notes, just to make you feel bad.
Yeah.
That's like application.
Yes, maybe that's not a message. Where's it? Yeah, that was.
That's something I can do.
The allocation report.
Hey, Lindsay.
Hey, Lindsay.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah.
So, I know you only have a few minutes, Lindsay, right? Do you have a hard stop at 3:30 or?
Well, I told the project manager on the other project to just Skype me if something came up on the other call. So I'm going to try to hang on as much as possible.
Okay, cool. So we started lists for you and lists for Tyler. I think some of the stuff for you is probably just like let's schedule another meeting about that. But I also think that some of the things that we have on the list for Tyler might end up being things that you'll have input on as well, because I know sometimes something that we think should be in the accounting module is really in the AP module, and Tyler can't totally honestly answer the question because he's not the expert in that area. So, I'm just gonna read through my list for you, and you can tell me which ones we could talk about now, versus setting up a separate conversation, and then we'll move on to Tyler's stuff. So, first thing was, the questions come up a time or two now about trying to set up a default GL account for each charge type within the system.
Mm-hmm.
And they said that's something that we have to work with you on, set up on the back end.
The charge type. So yeah, we would want to make sure that we are setting up the appropriate charge types that can be linked to those GLs.
What they're looking for, Lindsay, is an automatic assignment. So you know how, other clients will have it where they pick up like a base rent charge and it'll automatically select the correct GL account?
That I'm not sure of.
I'm trying to think who did it last. Christy.
Okay.
I'll get you the name of the clients where it's happening at right now.
Okay.
I'll just text you. I'll email it to you.
Is that a probably follow up offline?
Yeah, because I'll have to kind of follow up because I'm not entirely certain how that setup is, but I can definitely coordinate with someone that's done that and on how to get that in. My assumption though is that means we do really need to be cognizant of the charge types that we're selecting, and I know that kind of at least currently the data. Now some of it I think is going to be mostly historical, but some of the again, I think we need to take a closer look at FASB specific, and really not only FASB, really active leases and the charge types. Because we did create some extra charge types in order to pass validation, like base rent 1, base rent 2. So that's something to keep in mind.
Yep, okay. And then one of the things we realized as we were going through the AP manager training today was that it would be generating invoices for both equipment and real estate, even though we're only using the AP payment functionality for real estate.
Mm-hmm.
So the question came up, like, how best do we ensure that equipment invoices don't actually come through and attempt to get paid by AP manager?
So I think probably the best way, and I don't know what, I'm sure Alicia's probably giving you some recommendations. Technically, you're going to have to, there's certain fields that need to be populated, and that is your payment, like the remit to payment. And so if that isn't populated, that in itself will create an exception so that technically no invoice is going to be made because there's an exception to that. So, and that's kind of what we're working on with the vendor code. So that's really specifically exactly that. Like if we look at it on the, like the charge field, it's basically at the bottom, it says who's the payment going to and where is the expense coming from. So if those fields aren't populated for equipment specifically, then it's not going to create an invoice.
Well, it'll create the invoice, it just won't allow the invoice to be paid.
Correct.
But that would eliminate us having vendor information in there for equipment, because we need that for.
Yeah, so one of the things, Lindsay, that we talked about in the last couple of days, which we actually haven't circled with AMT on, I think it was just emails between this group on Thursday, Friday last week, was potentially including vendor numbers in the system for equipment leases as well, even though we're not actually using it for payment, but it would be a mechanism by which we could reconcile the activity in our GL a little bit more easily.
Okay.
Which is obviously one of the challenges that we're going to have since we're not paying equipment out of the AP module. So I guess, are there other options? So you said vendor number was definitely one of them. What were the other fields that would potentially be required?
Lindsay, I was thinking last bill period.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead and all of them push it forward by like 100 years or something.
Yeah, that would definitely work.
Alicia, what impact would it have if they just put a dummy GL account in there? If,
There's really no impact from that standpoint. But what's going to happen is then that would make the invoice itself payable. What Lindsay was saying was to not GL, which would then give it an exception. Even if we put a dummy GL account, it would make the invoice payable. Now what's going to happen is, depending on how they batch it out, if they were to accidentally batch an equipment invoice with a real estate invoice because they didn't filter or something like that, then what's going to happen is it's going to fail on the import side to the ERP, essentially having us to go in and delete the batch to be able to reprocess without it.
Okay, so.
And the question that came up.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, Tyler.
No,
the question that came up internally when we talked about either using the last bill period or no GL account is that we still need these transactions post to the GL. We're just not paying them out of the GL. And I don't know if that means that everything's just happening in the FASB module or.
Well, here's the thing. Is it really that you want those pieces of information somewhere, but they don't necessarily need to be in those fields?
With the last bill period, does it create the invoice or does it not even create the invoice?
Won't create the
So do we want it to create the invoice, because could that be a potential reconciliation source if we're looking at what the invoice would have been to like what actually paid in the GL, and then we could find variances that way?
I think that could be,
It
but
feels like we would want the invoice to create, just not to pay.
So if that's the case, then you could, Lindsay, either do like a hold payment.
Yeah.
The only, like I said, the only issue, not necessarily an issue, but that open invoice list just becomes massive at some point in time because you're not moving anything along to be paid.
can you
Right.
clear it out occasionally?
The only way to clear it out would be to go ahead and move that last bill period.
Alright, well, we can probably play around with that, in the testing environment, like,
So if you hold payment, it creates the invoice, but it's just, that's when you're gonna accumulate them.
You just can't pay it, so the invoice will be there. The only thing that would actually remove an invoice that's system generated is pushing that last bill period forward.
Where
Other
would you
than
set
that,
up the whole payment? Is that something in the original, that would be one of the accounts, my account, that you can do originally?
to do what,
If you were gonna do the whole payment, or is that at the lease level, you would select full payment for that?
at the lease level, for that one
There's no
individual.
way to do full payment on all equipment leases. That'd be-
It's a lot of work to manage that, by the way.
okay. So that one I think is just something, we think it's doable, we just need to figure out
Which
what
way
the
you wanna
best
do it.
way we wanna do it when we're in the testing environment.
Yeah, I think that might be helpful so you can kind of see, okay, if we set it up this way, what does it look like? If we set up this way, what does it look like? Because my other thought is we could still house that vendor contact information somewhere, just not put it in the remit to payment section, like not actually go through the process of calling it, like actually tagging it there, but more so attaching that elsewhere. And then, so you could, for reporting purposes, still get that.
Okay. And that comes back to like what fields are required and what fields aren't, because we can't make certain fields required, so we wanna
Yeah.
make sure that we are trying to capture it in the easiest place where we can get the most accurate data and complete data. I think this is definitely a later conversation, but I think we need to have a conversation about, AP workflow and whether that's really the right thing for MedStar, just risks and considerations that surround it, because in going through the demo this morning, Alicia shared with us that actually very few of her clients actually use AP workflow. A lot of them do use contract workflow, but not very many do use AP workflow. And we need to make a decision one way or the other on that sooner here rather than later. So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think maybe if we can just get a call on the calendar this week or next week, that's probably okay. Or you tell me when we need to start talking about workflow, but I think we need to, if we do want it, we need to start building it now. If we don't want it, we should probably just make that decision now and not waste energy on it.
Yeah, yeah, go ahead. I would kind of defer to Alicia on that one, just because I really haven't seen a whole lot of clients use it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's not the end of the world, and then if you decide that you wanna turn it on, you know what it looks like with it turned on.
Yeah, well, the problem is our work groups approved day one, so that's what we're gonna circle back on, right? We thought it was gonna be a little easier than it is, so, probably okay.
I mean, like I said, if you're managing it well through contract workflow, then the only thing that you're really worried about at that point is how you do with manual invoices. If you decide not to do manual invoices through AP, which is the whole kind of real point of AP workflow, is because that's gonna govern your manual invoices. Well, if that's the case, then put everything through the lease.
I wanna talk about the risks associated with that, right? Cause these guys might get a communication from a landlord, they gotta make a payment within a week. And can we realistically get through contract workflow
Oh, that's
in a week versus
yeah.
AP workflow in a week? I don't know if it's really any different of a challenge, what kind of workflow it is, but, maybe it's just an internal conversation. Does anyone here know how to get their hands on your latest, SOC 1 Type 2 report? One of the things we talked about today was like what user control considerations might be in that report, that, different controls and recommendations we should have on our side to validate what's coming out of AMT.
I felt like that there was something about that this morning, Lindsay, from Janesh.
Yeah, and I
SOC 1
feel
report.
like, I know that there's SOC 1 reports, it's the SOC 2 reports that still aren't finalized. And I think they're expected this week. So I'll coordinate with Janesh and also Rakem, because Rakem would probably know the timing for that as well.
Okay, good. I have ones that, our sales rep sent us during the RFP process, but they really don't have any accounting related controls. It was more.
It's this week. Talk two should be ready this week.
Okay, cool. That's what I thought.
Cool. Alicia asked me the question earlier if we were doing any TDA widgets, any custom widgets. I didn't know if, Lindsay, you had a thought based on some of the unique ways MedStar likes to do things, if that's something that we may be wanting to explore.
There's nothing so far that's come up that's been a big red flag of, oh my gosh, we need this. So at this point, I would say no, because I think we've pretty much found some houses for everything.
Okay. And then I think this is also a subsequent conversation, and I'm not sure when it needs to happen, but one of the things we talked about today is, identifying reports that we use today out of our Lease Harbor system for accounting, real estate administration, and other budgeting purposes, and trying to identify the best reports to either replicate that data or start with as a starting point to build off of and create reports that will get us that data. Is that something that we work with you on? Is that like sort of a now thing versus a later thing? I don't want to lose track of it. I know we've talked about the budget report.
I think it's probably going to be a little bit more, usually that's something, now if it's something really intricate, that's something that we can talk to basically kind of sales and the report builder team specifically to get some quotes on a kind of anticipated build of that. But if it's literally, here's the reports we use out of Harbor Flex, and here's the field headers, as long as those field headers, and basically we've captured that data somewhere in AMT, I think it's going to be pretty easy for you guys to do a customized report once you get some report builder training. Because literally then it's just a matter of, okay, the Harbor Flex data is the property, the lease code, and this charge, blah, 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 whatever it is. It's basically pulling that same information out of AMT and building a report to match that. And even further, maybe the Harbor Flex report you wish had additional data. Well, the great thing about AMT is you can remove information, you can add information. So I think for the most part, again, you guys are going to be able to do that on your own once you get report builder training. And if there is something that is really specific that you're just not sure of, then we can either see if between Tyler and I can figure that out, or send that along to kind of report I'd say kind of like client success, report builder team, and they can help kind of come up with, hey, here's how we could build it, and there might be an additional cost to that.
Okay, cool. That was all my questions that were specifically for you, but like I said, our questions for Tyler probably kind of leak into your world a little bit too, if you are able to hang on the line. So Tyler, the first thing was you were going to see if you could get an answer on the allocations and how they impact the balance sheet. And that question actually evolved a little bit since we left you earlier, but I'll ask the question if you've been able to track it down yet, and depending on the answer to that, we'll clarify our question a little bit more too.
Yes, so I think we can get a more detailed answer from our development team, but in my initial reaction from the people that I've spoken to is it can, but it doesn't have to. So it's really up to you. So if you want to allocate, the balance sheet accounts in the GL string, we can. But if you want it to be income statement only, then we can do that as well.
So the question that came up is, okay, say we don't want it to allocate on the balance sheet, but we want the amortization of the right of use asset and the interest expense, or whatever you want to call that lease expense plug, to be allocated. Does that make that answer more complicated than it already is?
So I'm thinking it through. So you want the expense to be allocated, but not the accumulated amortization, or you do want the accumulated amortization?
Not the asset or the accumulated amortization.
But yes, the expense.
Okay, okay, so
Both what generates out of FASB and what generates out of AP.
okay, okay. Yeah, I think this is definitely a deeper, potentially more complicated conversation. But based on the answer I got, I think the answer is yes. You know, essentially they can build the GL string however you want it, and including, as long as the data that you want pulled in exists within AMT, and they can use, like when we looked at GL accounts earlier, all those GL accounts have an account type, you know, expense, income, asset, liability, and depending on when that account gets hit, they can tell the system what to do in the GL string. So I think we can use that to say we want only the expense accounts to trigger using allocations.
Okay, and is that something we can kind of look at in the UAT environment? Probably.
Well, this is all a development team thing. You know, none of this, the system wasn't created to do this. Like the allocations screen wasn't even made for FASB. It was made entirely for AP. We just have the ability to go in there and pull that information and essentially write a script that allows you, which obviously I don't have anything to do with, and so I only know its limitations from what the development team tells me. But essentially they're able to write a script and use the information from the allocation screen in your GL string. So it's not something that I'm ever going to be able to just show you within the system, because it wasn't ever really designed to work that way, if that makes sense. All of this is going to be 100%, you know, back-end development by our IT team. Does that make sense?
But throughout that build process, it's basically like you guys give us, here's the requirements, we submit that, and then there's going to be like test reports and basically, hey, based on this test batch, here's the output, and then we provide you that output, and then you guys look it over and say, yes, that's what we were expecting, or hey, we don't like this format, this was actually supposed to be a hard-coded 00, you know, something random. So there's a lot of back and forth to see what the output of that back end scripting creates.
Okay, so I think we can look at some of it in UAT at least, and then go from there. You were also hoping you could dig up a parallel reporting example?
Yes, yeah, so we can talk about that as well. So basically the parallel reporting entry is, you can think of it as like so it is going to create additional fields in the journal entry mapping. And it is going to produce an additional entry when you run your monthly journal entries. And essentially you can think of that as like a reconciliation entry, or, you know, or a reclass entry. It's let me show you my screen really quickly.
Okay, stop sharing if you want to share your screen.
Yeah, go ahead. Or okay, so you guys seeing my mouse right now?
Yep.
Okay, let me make this might be a little bit small. Let me bump it up a little bit. Okay, so I just wrote this up really quickly. So here are the different sources from where you're going to get journal entries. Technically, the AP module, it's not a journal entry, it's a debit memo, but for our purposes, we're going to call it that. So we'll start there and just kind of work through what's going to happen. So when you get the debit memo from the AP module, the debit is going to be the expense account that you established for that lease, right? And it's going to be for the payment. And then you will create the journal entry with, you know, the credit to the account that you choose, presumably cash. And that's going to be the AP journal entry that you create after you get the debit memo from the AP module. Okay. So we've hit your rent expense account for the payment. but we've already hit your rent expense account during the FASB, you know, for the amortization of the asset. So we've already debited rent expense with your FASB journal entries as well. So essentially we have over-expensed between these two journal entries. In addition, under 842, you're not longer debiting to rent expense anyway. You're going to be debiting to the lease, you know, your payment is to relieve the liability. The ROU liability. And so essentially what the parallel entry is going to do is it's basically a reclass journal entry. So we're going to debit the lease liability and credit your rent expense for the payment amount. So essentially what it's going to do, the output will be to relieve the liability for the amount of the payment.
So if I can ask a question.
Please.
And Katie, for you, I think what you're asking, or if you were asking this, I'm thinking of how we are using the system to handle equipment payments. This would follow, right? Like, forget the first line saying debit memo, but AMT is not sending a payment file to AP for our equipment leases, but we're paying all of our equipment leases through AP today, and we're going to continue after we implement AMT. And then AMT for equipment leases is going to do the FASB journal entry, which, to your point, doubles up on expense. The parallel reporting, I think it would be equipment lease payments according to the amortization schedule within AMT. Correct me if I'm wrong, that would then reduce rent expense and hit the liability, which I think is how we scoped out, that does follow how we scoped out equipment leases.
Yeah.
Real estate leases are a little different because they're being paid. We're generating a file from AMT, sending it to AP for payment.
I guess my question is, do we need to click that box with parallel reporting? I think we do, right?
I think we do it for equipment. Now, for real estate.
Deja vu right now.
What's that?
I'm having deja vu right now. Maybe we talked about this in the demo.
But it wouldn't be an all or nothing if I'm not mistaken, right, Tyler? Like if they did parallel reporting, it'd be parallel reporting for their entire portfolio.
So if you enable parallel reporting for the entire portfolio, if you enable it, then yes, it's going to open up that option for the entire portfolio, but you have the ability to map your contract types differently. So the way that you map it for real estate, you can map it differently for equipment. So you could, if you don't, and I'd have to find this out, but I think I'm not sure if it would return an exception when you go to post if you just left it blank for, you know, let's say you did not need it for your equipment leases. I'm not sure that would return an exception or not. Otherwise, you could just, you know, send it to two suspense accounts or something like that. But with the journal entry mapping, we can definitely map it in a way that if it's needed for one of your contract types and not for the other, we can obviously map it differently to make sure that you get the output that you need.
So I think the only difference is, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but for real estate, we were going to have the charge types included in the FASB calc. When they get sent to AP, they're going to go through a suspense account. So we could turn on parallel reporting, but instead of having it credit rent expense, I think what you're saying is you can credit the suspense account if that's how you can, for real estate, you can set that separate from equipment.
Yes, that's correct.
What's that? I'm sorry, Katie?
Sorry, it's our next question, but does that still work?
Yeah. Still using suspense because that was the last conversation.
Balance sheet instead of expense.
Gotcha.
Okay, so, sorry. I think we need parallel reporting on, we just need to map the entries differently. So that's a nice segue into our next question, which was, we were revisiting the conversation about what period we use in the AP module to sort of date our batches. And we were using the example of, okay, this file is being generated in March for the payments that are due for the month of April. So those have to get paid and kind of go out the door in the March so that they're in the hands of the landlord on April 1, if not sooner. So we were talking about our debits and credits and thinking, you know, originally we were talking about using that expense account, but could we potentially the prepaid account instead? And we got comfortable with that internally because the expense does relate to April, so it is a true prepaid in the month of March. And that the expense, we think, would not post to the month of April until the FASB April entries come through. But in that example, like how do we handle the posting of the FASB entries and understanding what period FASB posts to? I'm not sure if I worded that question that well, but.
No, I think it did, but I think we were back
Is it back to
to,
this again?
and like asking if all three of those come through, like in your example, what period they come through, since we're sending in March, we're sending April's payments over to AP, we send them a month early, basically.
Right, so like in that example, the AP debit memo would actually be dated March, but the FASB journal entry wouldn't need to be dated until April. And I don't know about the parallel reporting.
Yeah, that's the wild card, is what period of expense is the parallel reporting sending over?
Yeah.
Does that make any amount of sense to you?
It does, yeah. Prepaid rent definitely, I think, complicates the flow of the journal entries. But the good news is, you know, because you have the ability to map those not only differently between charge types and contract types, you know, you also have the ability to map them to whatever accounts you need them. So, you know, some clients, this isn't what their parallel reporting entry looks like because they, you know, because they just account releases differently. Some of them prepay, some of them don't, you know, never hit a prepaid account. They just do that entry on the first of the month. So, now it's ultimately going to come down to what you need that account to do. It can just be used as like a reconciliation account if you need it to be. So I think we'd have to sit down and map out the path, maybe even use some T accounts to get from, you know, prepaid rent to what the output needs to look like and whether or not we need the parallel reporting entry to accomplish what you need to.
Let me ask you a kind of same question a different way, Tyler. So we're closing April within AMT, so like the FASB journal entry is expense for the month of April. It's April's amortization of that right of use asset. Is the parallel reporting entry April's rent payments?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, it would be the payment for the month that you're posting for. That's right.
So then flipping back to the debit memo, again, if we're in April, that debit memo is actually May's real estate lease payments because we have to pay them a month ahead of time.
So the only time that those would ever be different would be, you know, when the year flips and the payment changes, basically. But your parallel reporting entry is always going to be the payment amount. You can customize the GL account if it hits, but it's always going to be the payment amount for the month in which you're posting. So if I'm posting my April journal entries, the amount that's right here is going to be my April payment.
Okay, thanks. I think that makes sense.
Does that answer? Okay. So 11 months out of the year, you know, those are going to match. It's only if your rent increases from one year to the next with those, you know, with that number and, you know, the prior month payment or the future month payment, I guess, out of the AP module with those would those amounts be different? Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Could we have our answer then? Sorry, I'm gonna take all the
It's, I know it's relatively simple, but can you send that, the screen we're looking at, could you send that, even if it's just Katie, and then she can send it over to me?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we may even have, like I said, I typed this up as much for my benefit as for yours when I was thinking through that before our call. I think we may even have a more in-depth explanation, maybe even with like an example lease. So I will I'll get my hands on that and I will send that to you as well, just so that you can kind of work through, with some actual numbers on there that may help you get a better understanding of how this works.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, we had two other questions. One was related to TI allowances. So we were talking before about how we could either sort of net it within one FASB charge together or keep it as two separate FASB charges. And trying to understand, if we did choose to net it, would you still be able to see that TI allowance component of the net rent charge somewhere in the system, or does it pretty much kind of lose that detail if you choose to net it?
Sure, good question. The answer is yes. It would still be, while it will not get its own FASB schedule, it will have, it will be a component that's broken out on the schedule. Let me.
What about on the journal entry? Would it be separated on the journal entries?
No, I don't think it'll be separate on the journal entry. So in the asset section.
Unless you do a separate charge.
Correct. So on the asset calculation section of the FASB schedule, this is where you'll see each individual component that's rolled up, because a schedule is produced for each charge type. So you can see, I think it says at the beginning, yeah, so this shows you which charge type it is. So this is just base rent for this particular lease. And then these are all the components that affect the RE asset calculation, including landlord allowances.
Okay. And then, so we have some leases where we might have an allowance that's like up to $1 million, but it's really kind of happens over time and isn't immediately recognizable, I guess, for general accounting purposes. Does the system have any way of handling that, or is it pretty much you just got to put in the whole amount and have some review for the pieces that may not be
when you say
recognized yet?
Sure. When you say over time, you mean like it's $1 million over 5 years and you have access to $200,000 each year and it rolls over. So if you use none of it by year 5, you'd have the full $1 million. Is that?
Not quite. So you have $1 million and you can spend it whenever you spend it on the space, but it's not necessarily pro rata. So, you might have spent $800,000 of it at day one, but you didn't spend the other $200,000 right away, and you plan to use that to repaint the space or order some more chairs or whatever later on down the road. But we can't account for it until it happens, until we spend the money.
Yeah, I believe I think the codification is talking about your initial measurement. The language says when it is received, and obviously you don't receive it until you make the improvement. So I'd have to. I don't know. It's kind of our interpretation versus your interpretation of the way the guidance reads. I think the language says that it's recorded when it's received. So the most conservative approach would be to record the entire balance at inception. But I think that's a policy decision that you guys would have to make.
Okay. And we may just need to kind of run some of these bigger, more complicated TI allowances off of PVC as we implement. The other question that we had on that, like, is there something that, because we have to input the TI allowance information separately into the FASB module and into the portfolio insight module, is there some reporting that we can leverage to make sure that at the lease level we've got the right numbers on both sides? Or would that potentially have to be a custom built report?
So you want to pull from the TI allowance that's in FASB that you put into the revision itself versus the TI allowance that you put as a charge. Am I right in that statement?
I don't know that it's a charge. Like, isn't there a box for TI allowances in the portfolio insight module that's not a charge? It's just like an information field?
I think there is on the space level.
Yeah, you could fill in the information as space costs.
That's okay.
Yeah, so some clients are doing space costs. Some clients are just capturing in the notes field or as like a non-financial clause. So there's a few different areas that we can capture it for non-FASB reasons.
And we could report on that and compare to what's in FASB?
Yeah, well, I want to say that and I'm getting a little out of my lane, so Tyler, let me know. What you're reporting in FASB is basically like the unamortized TI costs, where what you might be putting in the other fields is essentially really the nitty-gritty details. This is what we were provided, and this is what was used. So
maybe it really just matters on like new leases. So like if I'm putting in a new lease and I have $1 million TI allowance, I want a way that I can make sure that, okay, CBRE has put it in at or PSG, whomever, has put it in at the lease level in Portfolio Insight. And then as part of our accounting workflow, we've also put that same exact number in the FASB module, so it's getting accounted for.
Right. Yeah, I think that would make sense on a move forward basis.
But is that like reporting, or is that just something we have to build into our workflow process?
I feel like that's a workflow process.
Yeah.
There's nothing in the system that's going to prompt you to say, hey, you have to do X, Y, and Z. So if you're talking about from a contract perspective, then pretty much if there is, some sort of TI allowance, it pretty much would be like if we go through like the scenario that we thought of for the existing contract workflow, Rick would have to approve it and make sure that it's there from a lease perspective, and then you would have to make sure exactly.
Okay. I think we're just gonna have to see what that looks like once we are actually putting new leases into the system. And then the last question was, we were looking at Report Builder, and I know that a lot of the FASB reports don't really have descriptions in there yet, the 842 reports, and that Alicia did share an unofficial document that has some general descriptions about the FASB reports that are in there, but we wanted to make sure that we do have a representation from AMT that all of the reports that are going to be required for our 842 disclosures do exist in the system. We just need to kind of figure out which ones they are.
So they're currently in the process of overhauling our disclosures. I think they were a little light, what we had previously, but I'm pretty sure those are supposed to land soon. And yeah, they'll be pretty robust when they do. It'll definitely meet your needs for audit purposes, for your disclosures.
Do you know what the timeline is on that?
I don't. I know it's on the current roadmap, but I don't know exactly what the date is, but I can follow up with you on that.
Okay. Because we're going to want our accounting consultants probably to take a look at those and make sure that they agree. I mean, we can look at them too, because we don't want to pay them for everything.
Yeah, I think in the interim, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys are coming up with, for those who needed it, like right now, what reports they could use to potentially get there.
So we don't need it right now. So is basically that document that you sent earlier, what you could use right now to get there? Okay. All right, that's all the
Yeah.
questions I wrote up on the board. Sorry, go ahead, Tyler.
I was just going to say, with you guys not implementing until 7/1, I don't know the exact date that's on the roadmap now, but I know that it should absolutely be in place long before that. So I don't think you're going to need a workaround.
Anybody else have questions for Tyler or Lindsay? We are going to be doing more of these trainings as we proceed with our implementation. We're going to, be training the broader general accounting group, the broader finance group, the broader PSG and CBRE teams. Those trainings are probably going to be later in April. And if we think it makes sense, we'll have Alicia come out again. I think it was good to have her here today and facilitate the conversation. As you guys think, if you walk out of here today and you're like, oh my God, this person needs to have this training and I want them involved in the testing environment because, they know a whole lot about X, shoot me an email, we'll figure out how to get them involved, and we can send them this WebEx and try and get them up to speed as quickly as possible and have them help out. Anything else? I don't want 17 questions in my inbox tomorrow morning, are you sure?
Sounds like everybody's experts now.
Thanks, appreciate it. All right, so Tyler, you got a few takeaways from this Q&A session. I'm gonna go through the list. So Lindsay, you're gonna follow up on that question about the automatic assignment of the GL accounts by charge type.
Yep.
And Lindsay, I sent you that email.
Yeah, so I think I know, but I'll coordinate.
Okay. And then we got a couple things just sort of flagged for review in UAT. Tyler, you're gonna do a deeper dive with the data services team on how we kind of build out this allocation conversation, but let us know when you need us in that conversation, or if you want to start that now or wait a little bit until after our data's in and we really start looking at what's showing up based on the information that's in front of us today.
Okay.
And then you're also going to send us that little Excel file you're showing us and an example.
Yeah.
And on the whole parallel reporting thing. And then you'll check the roadmap on the 842 disclosure stuff.
Yes.
Cool.
Still a ways away from getting the GL updated and fine, right?
Because why?
Because the JE allocation.
Yeah.
JE allocation, and honestly, I don't know that we've landed on the equipment, what we're actually moving to come over for the reconciliation. Today we're Katie, Pam, Adrian, I think we're gonna have a follow-up conversation, but I don't, and maybe even after this meeting, based on the project, make a final decision on that, and if we can schedule time to have the more detailed conversation.
Okay. Yeah, let's hang and talk about that then.
Alrighty, well, thank you, Tyler and Lindsay, for hopping on.
Yep.
Yes, thank you very much.
No problem. No problem. You guys have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, see y'all in April.
All right.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh, well.
All right, thanks, everybody else on the line. Thank you, PSG.
Try to compare to your list.
You've already left it.
I downloaded them.
We're gonna hang up the line. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.